The brain's need to find meaning in random events. There is a strange moment that almost everyone has experienced. You are thinking about someone you have not spoken to in months, maybe even years, and then suddenly they call you. Or you are worried about getting a new job, and the very next day, someone casually tells you about an opening. Maybe you have been asking yourself whether you are on the right path, and then you see something that feels so perfectly timed that you stop and think, there is no way this is random. That feeling is powerful. It can make an ordinary coincidence feel deeply personal, almost as if reality itself is responding to what is happening inside your mind. And once you experience that feeling, it becomes very easy to believe in manifestation, because suddenly you are not just seeing events. You are seeing signs. But here is where things get much more interesting. Your brain has been looking for signs long before you ever heard the word manifestation. In fact, finding patterns and creating meaning is one of the most basic things the human brain does. Think about what life was like for early humans. Imagine walking through a forest and hearing a sudden noise behind you. Maybe it is just the wind moving a branch. Maybe it is an animal. Your brain cannot afford to sit there and calmly calculate every possible explanation. It has to make a quick decision. If you assume there is danger and there is nothing there, you might experience a little unnecessary fear. But if you assume everything is fine when there is actually a predator nearby, the consequences could be much worse. So the brain developed a very strong tendency to connect things together. Sound followed by movement. Footprints followed by danger. Certain weather followed by storms. Certain foods followed by sickness. The brain learned that finding patterns could keep you alive. The problem is that this incredible pattern-finding machine did not disappear when humans moved into cities, started using smartphones, and stopped hunting for food in forests. Your brain is still doing the same thing. Only now, instead of trying to figure out whether a sound in the bushes means danger, it is trying to understand millions of random events happening around you every single day. And because there are so many events, coincidences are guaranteed to happen. The more things that happen in your life, the more strange connections you are going to find. Yet when one of those connections happens at exactly the right emotional moment, it can feel almost impossible to dismiss. Imagine you have been thinking about starting a business. You have been nervous about it, questioning yourself, wondering whether you should take the risk. Then you open your phone and see someone talking about entrepreneurship. Later that day, a friend tells you they know someone who needs exactly the kind of service you could provide. That evening, you randomly come across an old idea you wrote down months ago. Suddenly, all three events feel connected. You start thinking that maybe the universe is trying to push you in a certain direction. But notice something important. Those events did not necessarily appear because you thought about starting a business. What changed first may have been your attention. Your brain is constantly filtering reality. There is far too much information around you for you to consciously notice everything. You cannot pay attention to every face, every conversation, every advertisement, every sound, every word, and every object you pass throughout the day. So your brain decides what deserves your attention. Once something becomes important to you, you start noticing it everywhere. This is why buying a particular car can create the strange feeling that suddenly everyone owns that same car. The cars were already there. Your brain simply started highlighting them. The same thing happens with manifestation. You begin focusing intensely on a goal, a person, a number, an opportunity, or an idea, and suddenly your environment seems full of references to it. And that can feel magical because, from your perspective, the experience is completely real. You genuinely are noticing more opportunities. You genuinely are seeing that person more often. You genuinely are finding information that seems connected to what you have been thinking about. The brain is not pretending. It is actually changing what enters your conscious awareness. That is what makes this so convincing. You do not need to imagine anything. You are literally experiencing more of the thing you have been focused on. Now add emotion to the equation, and the effect becomes even stronger. If you casually think about becoming successful, one coincidence might mean nothing. But if you desperately want success because you are unhappy with your current life, every little sign suddenly carries weight. If you desperately want someone to come back into your life, seeing their name can affect you emotionally. If you are terrified that an opportunity will disappear, even a small positive event can feel like confirmation that everything is going to work out. The stronger the emotional investment, the more meaningful the coincidence feels. This is also where confirmation bias enters the picture. Your brain naturally pays more attention to information that supports what you already believe. Suppose you visualize something happening 10 times and nothing happens 9 of those times. Then on the 10th attempt, something similar actually happens. Which moment do you think your brain is going to remember? The coincidence. That one successful moment can become the story you tell yourself. The other 9 moments disappear into the background because they were not emotionally interesting. And once that story becomes part of your belief system, future coincidences can feel like even stronger evidence. That does not mean every manifestation experience is fake or meaningless. It means something more complicated is happening. Your mind is not simply sitting inside your head and watching reality like a camera. It is constantly interpreting reality, selecting information, connecting events, remembering certain moments, and ignoring others. Your experience of the world is partly shaped by what your brain decides matters. And maybe that explains why humans have always searched for signs. We want randomness to have a reason. We want painful events to teach us something. We want unexpected meetings to mean something. We want timing to feel intentional. Because uncertainty is difficult to live with, the thought that something extraordinary happened for absolutely no reason can feel strangely empty. So the brain does what it has always done. It searches for a pattern, connects the dots, and creates a story that makes the chaos feel understandable. That is why a coincidence can sometimes feel bigger than the event itself. The event might last 5 seconds, but the meaning you give it can stay with you for years. And once your brain decides that something means something, it does not feel like a theory anymore. It feels like reality. Why hope can feel like evidence. There is something strange that happens when you want something badly enough. You stop looking at the future as something uncertain and start feeling like you can already sense what is coming. Maybe you are waiting for a particular person to come back into your life, hoping for a new job, praying for a financial breakthrough, or simply wishing that something in your life would finally change. At first, it is just a desire. Then you start imagining it. You picture what it would feel like. You think about what your life would look like after it happens. And slowly, without even realizing it, your brain begins treating that imagined future as something that could actually be happening. Suddenly, every little coincidence feels important. You see the person's name somewhere, and it catches your attention. Someone mentions the exact career you have been thinking about, and you pause. You notice the same number again, or you hear a sentence that seems strangely connected to what you have been going through. None of these things prove that your desired outcome is coming, but emotionally, they can feel like evidence. And that is where hope becomes incredibly powerful, because hope does not just make you feel positive. Sometimes, it changes the way you interpret reality. Think about what happens when you are waiting for a message from someone you really care about. Your phone could make the exact same notification sound it makes every day, but suddenly that sound feels different. Your attention becomes sharper. You check the screen faster. You start wondering whether the message is from them before you even look. If they finally do message you, especially after you spent the entire day thinking about them, it can feel like something bigger than a simple message. You might think the timing means something. You might wonder whether you somehow knew it was going to happen. But your emotional state has already prepared your brain to give that event enormous importance. If the message had arrived on a completely ordinary day, when you were busy with something else, you might not have thought about it nearly as much. The event is the same, but the meaning changes because your hope has changed the way you experience it. This is one of the reasons manifestation can feel so convincing. When you strongly desire an outcome, your attention begins organizing itself around that outcome. Your brain is constantly receiving more information than you can consciously process, so it has to filter most of it out. The things connected to your current goals become easier to notice. If you start thinking seriously about becoming financially successful, you suddenly notice business opportunities, wealthy people, investment conversations, new skills, and success stories that you previously ignored. It can feel as if these things suddenly appeared in your life because you started manifesting them. But in many cases, the environment did not change nearly as much as your attention did. The information was already there. You simply became more sensitive to it. And this becomes even stronger when there is emotion involved. Hope is not a quiet little thought sitting in the background. When you desperately want something, your brain has a reason to search for information that keeps that desire alive. A tiny positive event can suddenly become incredibly meaningful. Imagine you have applied for 10 different jobs, and finally one company responds with a positive message. They have not offered you the position. They have not even guaranteed another interview. But because you desperately want a breakthrough, that one message can feel like confirmation that everything is finally changing. You start imagining the new salary, the new office, the new lifestyle. You tell yourself that this is probably the beginning. The possibility becomes emotionally real long before it becomes objectively real. There is actually a useful side to this. Hope can motivate people to keep moving when the future is uncertain. If you believed that nothing you did could ever improve your life, you would have very little reason to keep trying. Hope gives you a reason to act. It can make you apply again after rejection, start the business you have been postponing, approach someone you are afraid to talk to, or keep practicing when nobody is noticing yet. And sometimes those actions really do change the outcome. This is where manifestation can become especially confusing because the belief itself can lead to behavior that increases the chance of success. You believe something is possible, so you act differently. You become more confident, you notice more opportunities, you speak to more people, you take more chances, you continue longer. Eventually, something works, and then you look back and feel like your original belief predicted the future. But there is a subtle difference between hope influencing your behavior and hope proving that your prediction was correct. That distinction is easy to miss. If you believe you are going to succeed, you may work harder and become more persistent, and that can absolutely improve your chances. But the fact that your actions helped create a better outcome does not mean that your thoughts magically knew what was going to happen. Your belief changed your behavior, and your behavior changed some of the circumstances around you. That is very different from the universe guaranteeing the outcome simply because you imagined it. The real problem begins when hope starts being treated as evidence instead of motivation. When you desperately want something, your mind can become extremely good at collecting information that supports the possibility while quietly ignoring everything that contradicts it. You remember the one coincidence that happened after you visualized your goal, but you forget all the times you visualized something and nothing happened. You remember the person who contacted you after you thought about them, but you do not remember the hundreds of times you thought about someone, and they never called. The successful coincidence becomes part of your personal story. The failed predictions disappear into the background. Eventually, the story becomes stronger than the actual evidence, and this is why hope can feel so much like knowledge. It gives you an emotional preview of a future that has not happened yet. For a few moments, uncertainty disappears. You feel like you can see where your life is going. You feel reassured. You feel that everything is connecting. And because that feeling is real, the conclusion can feel real too. But a powerful feeling is not the same thing as proof. Hope can tell you what you want. It can motivate you to move toward it. It can change what you notice and even influence what you do next. But the future remains uncertain until it actually arrives. The fascinating part is that the human brain would rather feel certain about an uncertain future than sit comfortably with not knowing. And sometimes, that need for certainty is strong enough to turn a simple feeling of hope into something that feels exactly like evidence. The psychology of signs and coincidences. You are walking down the street, thinking about someone you have not spoken to in months, and suddenly you see their name on a shop sign. Later that night, you open your phone and a video appears that seems to describe exactly what you have been going through. Then, just before bed, you notice the same number you have been seeing all week. At some point, you stop and think, okay, this is getting weird. There is no way all of this is random. And that moment is where a coincidence can become a sign. The event itself may be completely ordinary, but once your brain connects it to something emotionally important, it suddenly feels personal. It feels like the world is trying to tell you something. That feeling can be so strong that you may trust the sign more than your own logical reasoning, because emotionally, the timing seems too perfect to ignore. The strange thing is that your brain is built to create exactly this kind of experience. Human beings are pattern-seeking machines. We are constantly looking for connections between events, because finding patterns has always helped us make sense of an unpredictable world. If dark clouds appear and rain follows, you learn to connect those events. If a particular sound is followed by danger, you learn to pay attention to that sound. If eating something makes you sick, you remember the connection and avoid it later. The brain learns through association. But there is a catch. The brain does not always need a real connection before it starts creating one. Sometimes two unrelated events happen close together, and your mind connects them simply because the timing feels meaningful. Think about how many things happen around you every day that you never notice. Thousands of conversations, faces, advertisements, numbers, songs, names, sounds, images, and random pieces of information pass through your environment. Most of them disappear without leaving any impression. But imagine that you have been thinking intensely about moving to another city. Suddenly, you hear that city mentioned in a conversation. You see a travel video about it. Someone at work talks about visiting it. Then you notice an apartment listing there. Four completely normal events suddenly feel connected because your brain already considers that city important. The events were not necessarily created by your thoughts. Your thoughts simply made you much more likely to notice them. This is one of the most important things to understand about signs. Attention can create the feeling that something is appearing more frequently, even when the actual frequency has not changed. Once your brain decides that something matters, it becomes easier to spot. It is similar to what happens when you learn a new word. You may suddenly start seeing that word everywhere. It feels like everyone has started using it, but realistically, the word was probably already around you. You just were not paying attention to it before. The same process can happen with numbers, names, symbols, songs, places, or almost anything else. Once something becomes emotionally significant, your brain starts highlighting it. And emotion makes the effect even stronger. If you are completely indifferent towards something, a coincidence usually means nothing. But if you desperately want an answer, the same coincidence can feel enormous. Imagine you are unsure whether you should leave your job. You ask yourself for some kind of sign. Later that day, your manager says something that frustrates you, and you immediately think, that is it. That is my sign. But what actually happened? Your manager said something frustrating. The meaning came from you. The event became a sign because you were already searching for an answer. Your brain took an ordinary event and placed it inside a story that was already emotionally active in your mind. This is where confirmation bias can quietly take over. When we believe something, we naturally become more sensitive to information that supports it. If you believe that a certain person is meant to come back into your life, every unexpected reminder of them can feel significant. Their name appearing in a random place becomes meaningful. A mutual friend mentioning them becomes meaningful. A dream about them becomes meaningful. But the hundreds of moments when nothing related to that person happened do not receive the same attention. Your brain is not keeping a perfectly balanced record of evidence. It is giving more emotional weight to the moments that fit the story you already believe. There is another fascinating effect called apophenia, which refers to the tendency to perceive meaningful connections or patterns between things that may actually be unrelated. This does not mean that someone is irrational or unintelligent. It is a normal feature of human cognition. Your brain is designed to connect information. In fact, creativity itself depends partly on making connections between ideas that other people may not immediately connect. The same ability that allows an artist to see a new concept or a scientist to notice a possible relationship can also cause an ordinary coincidence to feel deeply meaningful. The difference is whether the connection actually exists outside your interpretation, and there is something deeply emotional underneath all of this. People do not search for signs only because they enjoy coincidences. They search for signs because uncertainty hurts. When you are confused about a relationship, a career decision, your future, or your own identity, you want something that tells you what to do. You want reassurance. You want to believe that there is some kind of direction hidden inside the chaos. A sign gives you that feeling. For a moment, you do not have to make the decision alone. You can tell yourself that something outside of you is pointing in a particular direction. That is why signs can become addictive. Once you experience a coincidence that feels incredibly accurate, you remember the emotional impact of it. The next time you are uncertain, you start looking again. You check for numbers. You notice unusual timing. You pay attention to repeated words. You search for patterns in conversations. And the more you search, the more patterns you find, because the world contains an enormous number of random events. Eventually, some of them are going to line up in ways that feel almost impossible. The important question is not whether coincidences happen. They obviously do. The more interesting question is why some coincidences become unforgettable while millions of other random events disappear from your memory. The answer is that your brain does not simply record reality. It interprets it. It decides what matters, what connects, what deserves attention, and what becomes part of your personal story. A coincidence becomes a sign when your mind gives it meaning, and once that meaning becomes emotionally powerful, the coincidence can feel less like something that happened and more like something that was meant to happen. And that is the fascinating psychology behind signs. Sometimes the universe does not need to change anything for a coincidence to feel extraordinary. Your attention, your emotions, your expectations, and your need for meaning can completely change the way an ordinary event feels. The world gives you the event, but your mind decides what the event means. How expectations shape what we notice. You can walk into the exact same room as someone else and walk out having experienced something completely different. You might notice the person staring at you, the awkward silence, and the one negative comment someone made, while another person remembers the friendly smile, the interesting conversation, and the opportunity that came up. Neither of you is necessarily wrong. You were simply looking through different mental filters. And this becomes incredibly important when we talk about manifestation, because what you expect to happen can quietly influence what you notice, what you remember, and even what you consider important. Your brain is not recording every detail of reality like a security camera. It is constantly deciding what deserves your attention, and your expectations can have a huge influence on that decision. Imagine that you have just started believing that you are going to become successful. You begin visualizing the life you want, imagining yourself earning more money, becoming more confident, meeting better people, and finally getting the opportunities you have been waiting for. The next morning, you walk outside and notice a business advertisement you would normally ignore. Later, someone mentions an industry you have been thinking about. Then you see a job posting that seems interesting. None of those things necessarily appeared because you manifested them. They were probably already part of your environment, but your expectations changed the way your brain processed them. Before, those details were background noise. Now, they suddenly feel relevant. This is one of the reasons people can genuinely feel that manifestation is working even before anything major has happened. Their external world may not have transformed overnight, but their internal filter has changed. They are paying attention to different information. They are more sensitive to certain opportunities. They are noticing people they previously overlooked. They are remembering conversations that suddenly seem useful. The world feels different because they are interacting with it differently. And when this happens repeatedly, it can create the powerful impression that their thoughts are somehow attracting the things they want. You can see this in something as simple as buying a new phone. Before you decide on a particular model, you might barely notice it. Then you buy it, walk outside, and suddenly you feel like everyone has the same phone. You see it in cafes, on trains, in offices, and on the street. It feels like the phone has become more common overnight. Obviously, that did not happen. What changed was your attention. Your brain now has a reason to notice that object. The information was always there, but it was not important enough to enter your conscious awareness. The same thing happens with relationships. Suppose you become convinced that someone is interested in you. Suddenly, their smallest actions seem meaningful. If they look at you across the room, you notice it. If they respond quickly to your message, you remember it. If they laugh at something you say, but your brain stores the moment. But if they are distracted, distant, or simply behaving normally, those moments may not carry the same emotional weight. Your expectation has created a lens through which you interpret their behavior. You are no longer just observing what they do. You are unconsciously asking whether what they do supports the story you already believe. This is where expectations can become extremely powerful, because they do not only influence what you notice, they can also influence what you do. If you expect people to reject you, you may become quieter, avoid eye contact, speak less confidently, and leave conversations early. The other person may then respond to your behavior by becoming less engaged. You walk away thinking, I knew they would reject me, but your expectation may have played a small role in creating the interaction you experienced. On the other hand, if you expect people to respond positively, you may smile more, speak more openly, take more social risks, and give the other person more opportunities to connect with you. The result can feel like your expectation predicted reality, when in part, your expectation helped shape your behavior. Psychologists sometimes describe this kind of process through the idea of a self-fulfilling prophecy. An expectation can influence your actions. Your actions can influence other people's responses, and those responses can make your original expectation appear correct. This does not mean that every belief becomes reality. You cannot simply think something into existence, but your expectations can affect the chain of events between what you believe and what eventually happens. There is another side to this that is easy to miss. Expectations can also make you blind to opportunities. If you expect something to go badly, your brain can become very efficient at finding evidence that confirms that prediction. You walk into a meeting already expecting people to dislike your idea. Someone looks distracted, and you immediately assume they are bored. Someone asks a difficult question, and you interpret it as criticism. Someone disagrees with you, and you think the entire meeting is going badly. Meanwhile, another person in the same room might see the difficult question as genuine interest and the disagreement as a chance to improve the idea. The event did not necessarily change. The expectation changed the interpretation. This is why positive thinking can sometimes feel like manifestation. When you expect good things to be possible, you may become more willing to search for them. You notice opportunities faster. You are more likely to approach people. You might keep trying after setbacks. You may interpret uncertainty as something you can work through instead of immediately treating it as failure. These small changes can accumulate, and eventually your life can genuinely look different. Then it becomes tempting to say that your thoughts attracted the outcome. But there is another possibility that is just as fascinating. Your thoughts changed what you noticed, what you attempted, and how you responded, and those changes altered the path you were taking. The brain is constantly trying to predict what happens next. It uses your previous experiences, beliefs, fears, desires, and expectations to prepare you for what it thinks is coming. That means you are never experiencing the present completely independently from what you expected the present to be. Your brain is making predictions and then comparing incoming information against those predictions. When something matches, it can pass through almost unnoticed because it feels normal. When something violates your expectations, it grabs your attention. That is why two people can look at the same situation and walk away with completely different experiences. One person sees an opportunity while another sees a threat. One sees a coincidence while another sees a meaningless event. One notices encouragement while another notices rejection. Their eyes are looking at the same world, but their minds are selecting different pieces of it. And this is where manifestation becomes psychologically fascinating. Maybe the most powerful part is not that expectations somehow force reality to obey your thoughts. Maybe the power is that expectations influence the version of reality you pay attention to. Once you expect something to matter, your brain starts looking for it. Once you repeatedly look for it, you start finding it. And once you find enough of it, your mind can become convinced that it was there all along, waiting for you to notice. Why visualization feels like taking action. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine that you finally get the thing you have been waiting for. Maybe you see yourself walking into your dream office, hearing someone congratulate you, looking at the money in your account, standing on a stage, or finally being with the person you have wanted for so long. You can almost feel it. You can imagine what you would wear, what you would say, how people would look at you, and how different your life would feel. And something strange can happen during that process. For a few minutes, it feels like you have actually done something. You feel productive. You feel closer to the goal. You may even feel calmer because your brain has just spent several minutes experiencing a future where the problem is already solved. But nothing outside your imagination has actually changed. You have not sent the email, made the phone call, applied for the opportunity, practiced the skill, or taken the uncomfortable step. You have only imagined it. So why can visualization feel so much like action? Part of the answer is that the brain does not treat imagination as completely separate from experience. When you vividly imagine an event, you activate many of the same mental systems involved in actually experiencing parts of that event. You are not literally fooling your brain into believing that the imagined event has physically happened, but you are giving your mind a detailed simulation. That simulation can involve images, emotions, expectations, memories, and even physical sensations. Think about imagining biting into a sour lemon. You can almost feel your mouth react just by thinking about it. Nothing touched your tongue, but your body responded to the mental image. Now take that same principle and apply it to something emotionally important, like success. If you repeatedly imagine yourself succeeding, your brain gets increasingly familiar with the experience of seeing yourself in that position. The future starts feeling less distant because you have mentally visited it again and again, and that familiarity can feel incredibly satisfying. Imagine someone who has been struggling with their career for years. Every morning they spend 15 minutes visualizing the life they want. They see themselves earning more, feeling confident, waking up excited, and finally being respected for what they do. After the visualization, they feel motivated. They feel like they have moved closer to the person they want to become. And there is something psychologically understandable about that feeling. The brain likes progress, but it does not always distinguish between progress toward a goal and the emotional experience of thinking about progress. If the visualization creates relief, confidence, excitement, and certainty, those emotions can become rewarding on their own. The person may walk away feeling like they accomplished something simply because they experienced the feeling of accomplishment. This is where visualization becomes both useful and dangerous. Used properly, it can help prepare you for action. An athlete can mentally rehearse a movement before performing it. A speaker can imagine standing on stage and delivering the speech. Someone preparing for an interview can picture answering difficult questions calmly. In these situations, visualization is not replacing action. It is supporting action by allowing the person to mentally practice what they are about to do. The imagined experience can make the real experience feel more familiar, which can reduce uncertainty and improve confidence. But manifestation culture can sometimes take this much further. The idea can become that if you visualize an outcome intensely enough, you have somehow already done your part. You imagine the relationship, so you feel closer to having the relationship. You imagine the money, so you feel closer to financial freedom. You imagine the successful version of yourself, so you feel like you have already stepped into that identity. The emotional reward arrives before the real world has changed. And once the reward arrives, the pressure to take uncomfortable action can actually become weaker. That is the part people do not always notice. Sometimes the mind can give you the emotional satisfaction of progress without requiring the physical effort that creates progress. You can spend an hour imagining yourself becoming fit and finish the session feeling accomplished. Even though you never exercised, you can visualize yourself becoming a successful entrepreneur and feel incredibly motivated while never actually contacting a customer. You can imagine having a difficult conversation and feel like you have processed it, even though you still have not had the conversation. The mind gives you a preview of the destination, and sometimes that preview is satisfying enough to temporarily reduce the desire to move. There is also something deeper happening here. Visualization allows you to experience certainty in a world where certainty is impossible. Reality is messy. You can work hard and still fail. You can love someone and still lose them. You can prepare for an opportunity and still not get it. You can make the right decision and still face consequences you never expected. The future contains uncertainty, and the human brain does not particularly enjoy uncertainty. Visualization removes that uncertainty for a few moments. In your imagination, the outcome can be perfect. You control the environment. You control the response. You control the ending. You get to experience the version of reality where everything works out. That emotional certainty can become addictive. The imagined future feels clean compared with the unpredictable present. So instead of asking, "What can I actually do today?" you may start asking, "How can I make myself feel like the future is already mine?" Those are two very different questions. One creates movement, the other can create comfort, and this is why visualization can feel like taking action even when it is not. It creates mental activity, emotional intensity, and sometimes even a temporary sense of progress. Your brain has been working. You have been concentrating. You have been imagining. You have been feeling. So afterward, it is easy to confuse all that internal activity with external progress. The irony is that visualization becomes most powerful when you stop asking it to replace action. Imagine the future, but then use that image to decide what needs to happen today. See yourself giving the speech, then practice the speech. See yourself getting the job, then send the application. See yourself becoming healthier, then change what you do when the visualization ends. The image can give you direction, but reality still requires movement. Because imagining yourself at the destination can make the destination feel closer, but only action can actually take you there. The illusion of control over an uncertain future. There is a particular kind of fear that almost everyone knows, even if they never talk about it. It is the feeling of not knowing what happens next. You can make plans, work hard, be careful, make the right decisions, and still have absolutely no guarantee about what tomorrow will bring. A relationship can change without warning. A job can disappear. An opportunity can come from nowhere, while something you spent months preparing for can suddenly fall apart. And when you realize just how much of your life is outside your control, it can be deeply uncomfortable. This is where manifestation becomes emotionally appealing. It offers something that uncertainty cannot give you easily. The feeling that maybe you have more control than you think. Imagine you are waiting for an important decision that could change your life. Maybe you have applied for a job and the company has not responded. You cannot control who gets hired. You cannot control what the other candidates have done. You cannot control the final decision. You can only wait. That waiting creates tension because your brain wants an answer, but there is no answer yet. So you start searching for ways to feel less powerless. You visualize yourself getting the job. You repeat positive statements. You imagine receiving the email. You look for signs that things are moving in your favor. Suddenly, the uncertainty feels more manageable because you are doing something. You may not be controlling the decision, but emotionally, it feels like you are participating in the outcome. And that feeling matters more than we sometimes realize. Humans have a strong desire to believe they can influence what happens to them. Psychologists have studied this tendency for decades, and one fascinating example is the illusion of control. People can sometimes believe that their actions influence an outcome, even when the outcome is largely determined by chance. You can see this in simple situations involving random events. Someone might develop a particular routine before an important event and become convinced that the routine helps produce success. If the outcome goes well, the ritual feels validated. If it goes badly, they may decide they did something wrong. The mind creates a connection between behavior and outcome because believing that you have influence can feel safer than accepting complete uncertainty. Manifestation can sometimes operate through the same emotional mechanism. If you believe your thoughts influence reality, then the future feels less random. Your thoughts become part of the equation. Instead of sitting there thinking, I have no idea what is going to happen, you can tell yourself, I am creating what happens next. That belief can be incredibly comforting. It transforms uncertainty into a story of control. Suddenly, The future does not feel like something happening to you. It feels like something you are actively shaping. The problem is that life does not always cooperate with that story. You can think positively and still get rejected. You can visualize success and still fail. You can be completely convinced that a relationship is going to work and still watch it end. You can do everything you believe you are supposed to do and still experience an outcome you never expected. When that happens, the belief in total control can create a painful question. If I created this future, why did I create this? And that is where the idea can become emotionally dangerous. Because if you believe every outcome is a direct reflection of your thoughts, then every negative outcome can start feeling like a personal failure. Instead of saying, something unpredictable happened, you might start thinking, I must have had the wrong mindset. Maybe I doubted myself too much. Maybe I visualized the wrong thing. Maybe I was not positive enough. Maybe I attracted this situation without realizing it. The belief that once gave you control can suddenly give you blame. You are no longer simply dealing with an uncertain event. You are searching through your own mind for the mistake that supposedly caused it. But uncertainty is not evidence that you did something wrong. Sometimes uncertainty is simply part of being human. Other people have their own choices. Markets change. Circumstances change. Timing changes. Bodies change. Opportunities appear and disappear. Thousands of variables are interacting with your life every day, most of which you will never see. You can influence some of those variables, but you cannot control all of them. And this distinction is important because there is a healthy form of control and an unhealthy form of control. Healthy control is recognizing what is actually within your influence. You can control whether you prepare. You can control whether you apply. You can control how you communicate. You can control whether you keep learning after failure. You can control how you respond when something goes wrong. Those actions can meaningfully change your chances of getting the outcome you want. The unhealthy version is believing that your thoughts guarantee the outcome. That creates a dangerous gap between expectation and reality. If you believe that thinking about success is enough to make success happen, you may underestimate the role of preparation, timing, other people's decisions, and plain randomness. You may feel powerful for a while, but eventually reality reminds you that it does not operate according to your imagination. And yet, there is a reason people keep returning to the idea of manifestation even after experiencing uncertainty. The emotional reward is enormous. Believing that you have control can reduce anxiety. It gives you something to focus on when there is nothing you can actually do. Instead of sitting with the uncomfortable feeling of not knowing, you can visualize, repeat affirmations, search for signs, and build a story about where your life is heading. These activities can make waiting feel easier because they turn passive uncertainty into active participation. There is nothing strange about wanting that feeling. Most people want some sense of control over their lives. The important question is whether that sense of control helps you act or helps you avoid reality. If manifestation encourages you to become more focused, more persistent, and more willing to take meaningful action, it can become a useful psychological tool. But if it convinces you that thinking alone controls everything, it can pull you away from the very things that actually influence your future. Because the future is not completely controllable, and that is uncomfortable. But it is also what makes life unpredictable, surprising, and open to possibilities you could never have imagined. You do not need complete control to influence your life. You need to understand where your control ends, where uncertainty begins, and what you choose to do in that space between the two. How positive thinking changes our perception of reality. There is a moment when your entire day can change without the world actually changing at all. You wake up after a terrible night, already expecting everything to go wrong. You check your phone and see a message you do not like. You spill your coffee. Traffic is worse than usual. Someone at work gives you a cold response, and by the afternoon, you are thinking, of course this happened to me. Everything is going badly. Now imagine the same day, but you wake up feeling hopeful. The message is still there. The coffee still spills. The traffic is still terrible. The person at work still gives you the same response, but somehow the day feels different. You think, this is annoying, but I can handle it. You notice a funny moment in traffic. You have a good conversation later. You find an opportunity you might have missed before. The outside world has barely changed, yet your experience of it has changed dramatically. That is the fascinating power of positive thinking. It does not necessarily change reality first. It can change the way your brain processes reality. Your brain is not taking in the entire world and showing it to you exactly as it is. There is simply too much information. Every second, your senses are receiving enormous amounts of detail, but your conscious attention can only handle a small portion of it. So your brain has to filter. It has to decide what matters, what deserves attention, what should be ignored, and what might be important later. Your current emotional state and expectations can influence that filtering process. When you are positive and hopeful, you may become more likely to notice information that suggests possibility, progress, connection, or opportunity. When you are negative and expecting failure, the same environment can appear full of problems, threats, rejection, and reasons to give up. Think about walking into a room where you know nobody. If you expect people to dislike you, your attention may immediately search for signs that confirm that fear. Someone looks away, and you think they are avoiding you. Two people laugh while you are standing nearby, and you wonder whether they are laughing at you. Someone gives a short answer, and you interpret it as rejection. But if you walk into the exact same room expecting that people will probably be friendly, you may notice completely different things. Someone smiles at you. Someone asks where you are from. Someone makes a joke. Someone invites you into the conversation. The room did not become friendlier. Your expectations changed which details became important. This is one reason positive thinking can feel almost like changing your reality. Your perception is part of the reality you consciously experience. If your brain keeps highlighting negative information, your world can begin to feel overwhelmingly negative, even when positive experiences are happening around you. And if your brain becomes more sensitive to positive possibilities, you may start experiencing the same environment as more open and manageable. You are not necessarily creating a different universe. You are experiencing a different selection of information from the same universe. There is also a powerful connection between positive thinking and behavior. When you believe that something can work, you are generally more willing to engage with it. You might make the phone call you were afraid to make. You might apply for the job instead of assuming you will be rejected. You might start a conversation instead of waiting for the other person to approach you. You might continue after a setback instead of deciding that the setback proves you are not capable. These actions create more opportunities for positive outcomes, and once something good happens, it reinforces the original positive expectation. You think, maybe I was right to believe this could work. That belief gives you confidence to take another step, and the cycle continues. Now compare that with someone who expects failure. They may still have the same opportunities, but they interact with them differently. They see the job advertisement and immediately think they will never get it. They notice one difficult requirement and stop reading. They meet someone interesting but assume the person would not be interested in them. They experience one rejection and treat it as proof that rejection is inevitable. Eventually, their behavior produces fewer opportunities, which can make their original negative belief look accurate. They think, see, I knew things would not work out. But what they may not notice is how much their expectation influenced what they attempted in the first place. This is where positive thinking becomes connected to manifestation. A person can start believing that their thoughts attract better experiences, and sometimes their life genuinely does begin to improve. But there is an important psychological explanation that does not require the universe to magically rearrange itself. Positive expectations can change attention. Attention can change behavior. Behavior can change opportunities. Opportunities can change outcomes. And outcomes can strengthen the original belief. From the inside, that entire process can feel like the world is responding directly to your thoughts. But positive thinking has a limit, and this is where people sometimes misunderstand it. Being positive does not mean pretending that negative things do not exist. If you lose your job, telling yourself that everything is perfect does not change the fact that you lost your job. If someone rejects you, repeating that rejection is actually success does not erase the emotional experience. Reality still exists outside your preferred interpretation. Healthy positive thinking is not about forcing yourself to believe that every event is good. It is about believing that your response still matters. You can look at a setback and say, "This hurts, but there may still be something I can do." You can acknowledge uncertainty without assuming the worst. You can recognize failure without turning it into a statement about your entire identity. You can experience fear and still believe that the situation might improve. That kind of thinking is powerful because it does not require you to lie to yourself. It simply prevents one negative event from becoming the entire story. And that may be the most important reason positive thinking can change your perception of reality. It changes the questions your brain asks. Instead of constantly asking, "What could go wrong?" you begin asking, "What could I do here?" Instead of looking for evidence that everything is against you, you become more capable of noticing what is still possible. Instead of treating uncertainty as proof of failure, you can treat it as information that the outcome has not been decided yet. The world does not suddenly become perfect because you think positively. People will still disappoint you. Plans will still fail. Random events will still happen. But your mind does not have to give every negative event the final word. You can change what you notice, what you focus on, and how you respond. And once those things change, your experience of reality can change with them. That is why positive thinking can feel so powerful. It may not magically transform the world around you, but it can transform the person who is looking at that world, and sometimes that is enough to change what happens next. Why humans remember their manifestation successes. Think about the last time something happened that you had been hoping for. Maybe you spent weeks imagining a particular outcome, and then somehow it actually happened. You thought about getting that job, and then you got the call. You kept thinking about a certain person, and then they suddenly contacted you. You visualized making more money, and a few months later, an unexpected opportunity appeared. When something like that happens, it does not feel like just another event. It feels personal. You remember exactly where you were, what you were thinking, what you had been visualizing, and how strange the timing felt. You might tell the story years later and still remember the details. But here is the fascinating part. Your brain is not equally interested in every time your manifestation did not work. The successful ones stand out. They become stories. And once they become stories, they can become some of the strongest evidence you have that manifestation is real. Imagine someone who spends an entire month visualizing a new job. Every morning, they picture themselves receiving an offer. They imagine the salary, the office, the feeling of finally getting out of their current situation. Then one afternoon, they receive an email inviting them to an interview. A few weeks later, they get the job. Now that person has a powerful memory. They can look back and say, "I visualized it, and then it happened." The connection feels obvious. But what about the other things they visualized during that same month that never happened? Maybe they imagined getting a specific amount of money and never received it. Maybe they imagined meeting a particular person and never did. Maybe they pictured another opportunity that completely disappeared. Those experiences usually do not become part of the story because nothing dramatic happened afterward. They simply fade into the background. This is one of the most important ways human memory works. We do not remember our lives like a perfectly organized database. Memory is selective. Emotional events tend to receive more attention, and events that feel surprising or meaningful can become especially memorable. If something happens after you have been thinking about it intensely, your brain may connect the two experiences and store them as one meaningful story. The coincidence itself becomes emotionally charged. You are not just remembering what happened, you are remembering what it seemed to mean. That is why a successful manifestation can feel much more powerful than dozens of failed ones. Imagine flipping a coin and predicting heads 20 times. Maybe you are wrong 12 times and right 8 times. Which predictions are you most likely to talk about? Probably the moments when you called it correctly, especially if you somehow predicted several correctly in a row. Those successful moments feel impressive because they stand out. The failures become ordinary. But if you only tell the story of your correct predictions, someone listening to you might assume you were accurate much more often than you actually were. The same thing can happen with manifestation. One strong success can become a powerful personal memory because it creates a satisfying beginning, middle, and ending. First, you wanted something. Then you imagined it. Then something happened that looked similar to what you imagined. Your brain loves that structure. It feels complete. It gives you a cause and an effect. And once you have a story like that, you are much more likely to remember it than all the times when you wanted something and nothing happened. There is another psychological effect that makes this even stronger. When an outcome is emotionally important, we tend to remember information connected to it more vividly. Think about your first major achievement, your first heartbreak, or a moment when something unexpectedly changed your life. You probably remember details that seem almost irrelevant. Where you were sitting, what time it was, what someone was wearing, what you were doing immediately before the event happened. Emotion can make an experience feel unusually clear and significant. So when a manifestation appears to work, the emotional intensity can make the memory feel incredibly reliable. But a vivid memory is not necessarily a complete memory. You might remember the exact moment you received the job offer, but you may not remember all the applications you sent before that. You remember the person finally messaging you, but not every other person you thought about who never contacted you. You remember the unexpected financial opportunity, but not all the times you imagined money arriving and nothing changed. The brain naturally gives more space to the moments that produced an outcome. That can create an imbalance in the story you tell yourself. And this is where confirmation bias becomes incredibly powerful. Once you believe manifestation works, a successful experience does not simply make you happy. It strengthens the belief itself. You think, I knew it. I visualized this, and it happened. Now you are more likely to notice similar coincidences in the future. You become more attentive to signs. You remember other examples that support the belief. And every new example makes the belief stronger. Eventually, your memory becomes a collection of successful moments that all seem to point in the same direction. The fascinating part is that this does not require anyone to consciously manipulate the truth. A person can be completely honest when they say, manifestation worked for me. They are describing their genuine experience. The memory is real. The emotion is real. The coincidence is real. What may be less certain is the conclusion they attach to it. The fact that two events happened in a meaningful sequence does not automatically prove that one caused the other. And humans are naturally drawn toward cause and effect. If one thing happens after another, our minds immediately want to connect them. You thought about the person, then they called. You visualized the job, then you got the job. You asked for a sign, then something unusual happened. The sequence feels meaningful because the human brain prefers an explanation over randomness. Saying, I imagined it, and then it happened feels much more satisfying than saying, I imagined it, and by coincidence, the event eventually happened. There is nothing foolish about this. In fact, it is deeply human. We build our identities through stories about what has happened to us. A manifestation success can become part of that identity. You may start thinking of yourself as someone whose thoughts are powerful, someone who attracts opportunities, someone who knows when something is meant to happen. Once that identity forms, future experiences are interpreted through it. So the next time someone tells you about the one incredible thing they manifested, the interesting question is not whether they are lying. They probably are not. The better question is what happened to all the things they tried to manifest that never appeared. Those memories may still exist somewhere, but they do not carry the same emotional weight. The success became a story. The failures became background noise. And when you understand that, you begin to see why a handful of unforgettable manifestation successes can feel like overwhelming proof, even when the full picture is much more complicated. The role of confirmation bias in manifestation. Imagine you become convinced that someone is going to come back into your life. You start thinking about them constantly. You visualize the two of you talking again. You notice their name in random places. Then one day, a mutual friend casually mentions them. Nothing else happens. They do not call you. They do not message you. They do not suddenly appear at your door. But that one tiny moment can hit you with an almost electric feeling. You think, I knew it. This is a sign. Something is happening. And from that point forward, every little thing connected to that person seems to matter more. That is where confirmation bias becomes incredibly powerful. You are no longer simply experiencing events. Your brain is actively searching for evidence that supports what you already believe. Confirmation bias is the tendency to notice, interpret, and remember information in ways that support our existing beliefs, while giving less attention to information that challenges them. And the reason it matters so much in manifestation is that manifestation begins with belief. You believe something is possible. You believe your thoughts influence reality. You believe a particular person is meant for you. You believe an opportunity is coming. Once that belief becomes emotionally important, your brain starts looking around the world for anything that appears to confirm it. You may not even realize you are doing it, because the process happens automatically. Think about how this works with something simple. Imagine you decide that you are going to start seeing the number 7 everywhere, because you believe it has a special meaning for you. The first time you notice 7 on a receipt, you pay attention. Then you see it on a license plate and remember it. Later, you notice the time on your phone, and it happens to include 7 again. Suddenly, it feels like the number is following you. But there were probably dozens of other numbers you saw that day that meant nothing to you. You did not remember them because they were not connected to your belief. The number 7 became important first, and that importance changed what your brain noticed. The same thing happens with manifestation. Suppose you have been visualizing financial abundance. You walk into a store and find $10 in an old jacket. You might immediately think, this is working. Money is coming to me. That $10 becomes meaningful because it fits the story you are already building. But if you lose $10 the next day, you might not connect that event to your manifestation at all. Or if you spend 3 weeks visualizing a large amount of money and nothing happens, those 3 weeks may become much less memorable than the moment you unexpectedly received $10. Your brain naturally gives more emotional attention to information that supports the belief. And once you have one experience like that, something interesting happens. The belief becomes stronger. You start thinking, maybe there really is something to this. Because the belief is stronger, you pay even more attention to similar experiences. You notice more coincidences. You interpret more events as signs. You remember more successful examples. Those examples strengthen the belief again. It becomes a loop. Belief changes attention. Attention changes what you notice. What you notice strengthens the belief, and the stronger belief makes you even more selective about what you notice next. This can happen with almost anything. If you believe you are meant to meet a certain person, you notice reminders of them. If you believe a career opportunity is coming, you suddenly notice job openings, business conversations, and people talking about the industry. If you believe you are entering a new phase of your life, ordinary changes can suddenly feel like evidence that the transition has already begun. The world may not actually contain more evidence than before. You have simply become better at detecting the evidence that fits your expectations. And there is another layer that makes confirmation bias even more convincing. We do not only filter what we notice, we also influence how we interpret ambiguous events. Imagine someone sends you a short message that says, "We should talk soon." If you believe the relationship is getting stronger, you might read that message as excitement or anticipation. If you believe the relationship is falling apart, you might read the exact same words as a warning. The words did not change. Your interpretation did. When we already want a particular outcome, uncertainty can become an empty space that our expectations fill. This is especially powerful because manifestation often encourages people to look for signs. You are told to pay attention to synchronicities, repeated numbers, unexpected opportunities, dreams, unusual coincidences, and strange timing. The more attention you give these things, the more of them you are likely to notice. Not necessarily because they are happening more frequently, but because your brain has been instructed to treat them as important. It is like suddenly deciding to look for red cars. Once you start looking, you realize how many were already around you. But confirmation bias does not mean that every manifestation experience is meaningless. That would be too simple. Sometimes focusing on a goal really does change your behavior. You may become more confident, more persistent, more observant, and more willing to take opportunities. Those changes can produce real results. The problem is that confirmation bias can make it difficult to separate the parts that came from your changed behavior from the parts you interpret as supernatural confirmation. For example, imagine you visualize getting a new job every morning. Because you believe you are capable of getting it, you become more confident during interviews. You apply to more positions. You improve your resume. You talk to people in your industry. Eventually, you get hired. You look back and think, I manifested this. But there may be several things that actually contributed to the result. Your visualization may have increased your confidence. Your confidence may have changed your behavior. Your behavior may have created more opportunities. And those opportunities may have led to the job. The manifestation story captures the emotional experience, but confirmation bias can encourage you to focus on the part that most strongly supports the belief. The really uncomfortable part is that confirmation bias works even when we genuinely want to be objective. You do not have to be gullible. You do not have to be irrational. You do not have to consciously ignore reality. Your brain is simply trying to create a coherent story from an enormous amount of information. It wants your beliefs and your experiences to make sense together. So, when something supports what you already believe, it feels satisfying. When something challenges it, your brain has to work harder to explain the contradiction. That is why one powerful coincidence can sometimes outweigh dozens of ordinary failures in your memory. The coincidence has emotional energy. It feels like a moment of revelation. It gives you the feeling that you have discovered something hidden about reality. And once you have that feeling, the brain does not easily let go of it. So when you ask whether manifestation works, there is another question worth asking first. What evidence would actually make you change your mind? If every coincidence counts as confirmation, but every failure has an explanation, then the belief becomes almost impossible to test. And that is exactly what makes confirmation bias so powerful. It can create a system where almost anything that happens can be interpreted as evidence. A success confirms the belief. A delay means the timing is not right. A setback becomes redirection. A coincidence becomes a sign. Even silence can become meaningful. At that point, you are no longer simply observing reality and forming a belief from the evidence. You are carrying the belief into reality and searching for the pieces that make it feel true. And that small difference can completely change the way you experience your life. Why failure gets reinterpreted as not yet. You can want something with every part of you, Spend weeks imagining it, believe that it is coming, look for signs that everything is aligning, and then one day reality gives you a completely different answer. The job rejects you. The person does not come back. The money never arrives. The opportunity disappears. For a moment, there is no way around it. It did not happen. And yet, instead of accepting that as the end of the story, the mind often finds another explanation. Not never. Not impossible. Just not yet. That tiny change in language can completely transform the emotional meaning of failure. Suddenly, disappointment becomes delay. Rejection becomes redirection. Silence becomes preparation. The dream has not died. It is simply waiting for the right moment. And that can be one of the most psychologically powerful ideas inside manifestation. At first, this sounds like simple optimism. If something does not work today, maybe it will work tomorrow. And honestly, sometimes that is true. A rejection does not automatically mean you should give up. A failed attempt can be followed by another opportunity. Circumstances can change. People can change their minds. You can improve your skills. You can try a different strategy. So there is nothing inherently irrational about believing that one failure does not determine your entire future. The interesting part is what happens when not yet becomes impossible to disprove. Because once every failure can be explained as a delay, the belief can survive almost anything. Imagine someone who has been visualizing a relationship with a particular person. They believe this person is meant to be in their life. They imagine the two of them together. They notice coincidences that seem meaningful. Then the person clearly says they do not want a relationship. That is a painful and very direct piece of information. But instead of accepting it, the person might think they are scared. The timing is wrong. They need to work through something first. The universe is preparing both of us. This is not rejection. It is simply not yet. Suddenly, the painful reality has been transformed into a temporary obstacle inside a larger story. That transformation can be emotionally comforting because accepting a final answer can hurt far more than believing the answer is temporary. If you tell yourself that something is over, you have to grieve it. You have to adjust your expectations. You have to imagine a future without the thing you wanted. But if you tell yourself it is only delayed, you can keep the desired future alive. The emotional pain becomes easier to tolerate because hope is still available. This is one reason humans are so good at creating explanations after disappointment. The brain does not like unresolved stories. When something happens that conflicts with what we expected, we naturally search for a reason. If you believed you were going to get the job and you did not, you want to know why. Maybe they already had an internal candidate. Maybe your timing was wrong. Maybe something better is coming. Maybe you needed more experience. Some of these explanations may even be true, but the brain can also create explanations simply because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. Manifestation gives people a ready-made framework for doing exactly that. If the desired outcome has not happened, there is always another interpretation available. You need to detach. You need to trust the process. The universe is testing you. Your energy is shifting. The timing is not right. You are being redirected. The desire is still coming. These explanations can protect hope from reality because they make almost any outcome compatible with the original belief. And that is where things become psychologically fascinating. The belief becomes difficult to falsify. If the person comes back, manifestation worked. If they do not come back yet, the universe is preparing something. If the job arrives, your visualization worked. If it does not arrive, the timing was wrong. If the money appears, it is confirmation. If it does not appear, you need to release resistance. The belief can absorb both success and failure without ever having to change. This does not mean every person using these ideas is consciously avoiding reality. Most people are simply trying to protect something emotionally important. When you desperately want an outcome, your brain has a strong incentive to keep that possibility alive. Hope reduces pain. It gives you a reason to keep going. It can prevent one setback from destroying your motivation, and sometimes that is genuinely useful. There are situations where persistence is exactly what you need. The problem is knowing when persistence has become avoidance. There is a difference between saying, "This did not work, but I can try another approach," and saying, "This did not work because it is secretly still meant to happen." The first response stays connected to reality. The second can become a way of refusing information that you do not want to accept. If someone clearly tells you they do not want a relationship, continuing to believe they are destined to return because the universe has not given you the right timing is not necessarily hope anymore. It can become a way of protecting yourself from an answer you do not want. The same thing can happen with careers, money, and personal goals. Imagine someone spends years saying their breakthrough is coming. Every setback becomes part of the journey. Every rejection becomes evidence that something bigger is being prepared. Eventually, they may stop asking whether their strategy is working. They are no longer evaluating the plan. They are simply waiting for reality to catch up with their belief. And that is the danger of turning every failure into not yet. Failure can contain information. Sometimes it tells you that your approach needs to change. Sometimes it tells you that you need more skill. Sometimes it tells you that the opportunity was not right for you. And sometimes, painfully, it tells you that a particular outcome may never happen. That does not mean your life is over. It means you now have information you did not have before. There is actually something powerful about being able to hold hope and reality at the same time. You can say, "I still want this," while also admitting, "It did not happen." You can believe that your future can improve without needing one specific outcome to be guaranteed. You can keep moving forward without turning every disappointment into a hidden promise that the universe will eventually deliver exactly what you imagined. Because sometimes not yet really does mean not yet. But sometimes it means no. And the difficult psychological skill is learning how to tell the difference without letting your desire make the decision for you. That is where manifestation becomes less about controlling the future and more about understanding how badly the human mind wants to believe that the future is still under its control. How social media makes manifestation more believable. Open social media for long enough, and you will eventually see someone telling you that they manifested something that once seemed impossible. They manifested money. They manifested a relationship. They manifested their dream apartment. They manifested a new career, a vacation, a completely different lifestyle. And the story usually has the same emotional structure. They wanted something badly. They visualized it. They believed it was coming. They started noticing signs. And then somehow the exact thing appeared in their life. When you watch enough of these stories, something happens inside your brain. Manifestation stops feeling like an unusual belief and starts feeling normal. You begin thinking, maybe everyone is doing this. Maybe there really is something to it. And the strange part is that social media does not need to prove manifestation to make it believable. It only needs to show you enough successful stories. Think about how you normally judge whether something works. If someone tells you a new diet changed their life, you probably want more than one story. You want evidence. You want to know how many people tried it, how many succeeded, how many failed, and what actually caused the result. But social media rarely gives you that complete picture. Instead, it gives you the most emotionally interesting examples. The person who visualized a new job and got it makes a great video. The person who visualized a new job for 6 months and nothing happened probably does not make a viral video called, "I manifested absolutely nothing." Failure is quiet. Success is content. That creates a massive visibility problem. You are constantly exposed to people whose manifestation stories worked out, while the people whose stories did not work remain mostly invisible, and your brain does not automatically correct for that imbalance. It sees hundreds of successful stories and starts estimating that success must be common. This is closely connected to something psychologists call the availability heuristic. When examples are easy to remember and easy to bring to mind, we tend to judge them as more common or more likely. If your feed constantly shows people claiming that they manifested unexpected money, you can start feeling as if unexpected money must be appearing for people everywhere. Then the algorithm makes the effect even stronger. You watch one manifestation video. Maybe you stop for a few seconds, like it, save it, or watch it again. The platform learns that this type of content holds your attention, so it shows you another one, then another. Soon you are seeing affirmations in the morning, manifestation success stories at lunch, signs and synchronicities in the afternoon, and videos explaining how to attract your desired reality at night. After a while, you are no longer seeing one person's belief. You are seeing an entire digital environment built around that belief. And repetition matters. When you hear an idea again and again, it can begin to feel familiar. Familiarity can make information feel more comfortable and believable, even when repetition itself is not proof that the information is true. Imagine hearing the same basic story from 10 different creators. One person says they visualized their dream apartment. Another says they scripted their future relationship. Another says they used affirmations and suddenly got a huge opportunity. The details are different, but the underlying message is the same. Think about what you want intensely enough, believe it strongly enough, and reality will eventually respond. After hearing that message hundreds of times, it can start feeling less like an idea and more like common knowledge. There is another reason social media makes manifestation so persuasive. It turns private experiences into public evidence. In the past, if someone believed they had manifested something, that experience might have been shared with a few friends. Now, one person can tell millions of people their story. They can show screenshots, timelines, old journal entries, before and after videos, photographs, messages, and emotional reactions. Suddenly, the story feels documented. It looks like evidence because there are visual details surrounding it. But a documented story is still a story. You can see what happened after the person visualized something, but you usually cannot see everything that happened before it. You do not see all the other things they visualized that never happened. You do not see every opportunity they pursued. You do not see the role of timing, effort, luck, other people's decisions, or circumstances. You see the version of events that makes the strongest story. And social media is built around stories. The more dramatic the transformation, the more attention it receives. Someone saying, "I imagined getting a better job and eventually worked hard enough to get one," is not nearly as emotionally powerful as someone saying, "I wrote my dream life in a journal and then the universe gave me everything I asked for." The second story creates mystery. It creates possibility. It makes you wonder whether you could do the same thing. And that curiosity keeps you watching. There is also a powerful emotional effect called social proof. When we see many other people behaving as though something is true, we become more comfortable considering it ourselves. If thousands of people are commenting that they manifested the exact same thing, you may start thinking, all these people cannot be wrong. But a large number of people believing something does not automatically make the underlying explanation correct. What it does prove is that the belief is spreading. And sometimes social media creators genuinely believe their own stories. That makes the content even more persuasive. They are not necessarily trying to deceive anyone. They experienced something meaningful, connected it to manifestation, and shared the interpretation with their audience. Their followers then experience similar coincidences, interpret them through the same framework, and share their own stories. The belief begins reproducing itself through the community. Eventually, you can reach a point where almost every experience becomes part of the manifestation story. A success is proof. A coincidence is a sign. A delay means the universe is preparing something. A failure means you need to change your energy. A repeated number becomes confirmation. And because social media gives you an endless supply of similar interpretations, the belief can become incredibly difficult to question. That is the real power of social media in manifestation. It does not have to convince you with one perfect piece of evidence. It surrounds you with thousands of emotionally satisfying stories until the idea starts feeling familiar, common, and personally possible. And once an idea feels normal enough, the brain stops asking whether it needs to be proven. It simply starts asking how you can make it work for you. The power of stories about people who manifested their dreams. There is a reason one person's success story can make you believe something that 100 pages of statistics cannot. You hear someone say that they had almost no money, no connections, no idea what they were doing, and yet they kept visualizing the life they wanted until everything somehow changed. They show you an old photograph of themselves struggling, then they show you the house, the business, the relationship, or the lifestyle they eventually created. And suddenly, you are not thinking about probability anymore. You are thinking, if they did it, maybe I can do it too. That is the power of a story. It takes an abstract idea and turns it into a human experience. Manifestation becomes much easier to believe when you are not just hearing that thoughts can influence reality, but watching a person tell you how it supposedly happened to them. Our brains are naturally drawn to stories because stories give information structure. A list of facts can tell you what happened, but a story gives you a beginning, a struggle, a turning point, and an ending. It gives you a person to identify with. You can imagine being in their position. You can feel their disappointment when things were not working. You can feel their excitement when something finally changed. And when the story ends with the person getting exactly what they wanted, your brain does not experience it as a cold piece of information. It experiences it as a possibility. The outcome suddenly feels closer to you because you have mentally traveled through someone else's journey. Imagine watching a person talk about how they wanted to leave a job they hated. They spent months visualizing a better career. They wrote down what their ideal life would look like. They started believing that an opportunity was coming. Then, unexpectedly, someone contacted them with a job offer. They accepted it, their income increased, and eventually they say that everything they imagined became reality. That story can be incredibly motivating. But notice what the story does not automatically tell you. It does not tell you how many other things they tried. It does not tell you how many applications they sent, how many people they contacted, how much skill they developed, or how much timing and luck were involved. The story compresses a complicated process into a simple emotional sequence. I wanted it, I believed in it, and eventually I got it. That sequence is powerful because humans love clear causes. We want to know why something happened. If someone tells you that they visualized success and then succeeded, your brain naturally connects those two events. The visualization becomes part of the explanation. But real life is usually much messier. Outcomes are created by hundreds of factors interacting at once. Effort matters. Skill matters. Relationships matter. Timing matters. Resources matter. Other people's decisions matter. Luck matters. Sometimes we simply get an opportunity at exactly the right moment. A story can make all of those complicated variables disappear because the emotional focus is placed on the one thing that makes the story meaningful. And there is another reason these stories are so persuasive. They give people hope without requiring them to imagine themselves as extraordinary. If someone who seems ordinary can supposedly manifest a dream life, then you can imagine doing the same. You do not need to become someone completely different. You just need to believe. That is an incredibly attractive message, especially when someone is unhappy with their current circumstances. If you are struggling financially, lonely, frustrated with your career, or uncertain about your future, hearing someone say that they were once exactly where you are and then changed everything can create an intense emotional reaction. For a moment, your current situation stops feeling permanent. That feeling is real, and it can be useful. Stories can inspire action. They can remind you that circumstances can change. They can make you consider possibilities you had previously dismissed. A person who watches someone transform their life may become more willing to apply for a job, start exercising, learn a skill, leave an unhealthy situation, or finally pursue an idea they have been avoiding. In that sense, the story can produce a real effect, even if the explanation attached to the story is not completely accurate. The belief that change is possible can become the first step toward actually changing something. But there is a psychological trap hidden inside these stories. We naturally notice the winners more than the people who tried the same thing and did not get the same result. Imagine 10,000 people visualizing their dream career. One person eventually becomes extremely successful and posts a video explaining how they manifested it. That story can reach millions of people. What you do not see are the thousands of other people who visualized their dream career and experienced completely different outcomes. Their stories are less exciting, so they are less likely to spread. The result is a distorted picture of reality, where the successful examples become highly visible, while the unsuccessful examples remain almost invisible. This is why one powerful manifestation story can feel like evidence even when it is only one person's experience. The story is memorable, it is emotional, it has a satisfying ending, and because you can imagine yourself inside it, it feels personally relevant. You are not just thinking about what happened to them. You are mentally rehearsing the possibility that it could happen to you. There is also something deeply human about wanting to believe that our lives have a pattern. When someone tells you that they once felt lost, but somehow everything aligned at exactly the right moment, it creates the comforting idea that your own struggle might also be leading somewhere. Maybe the rejection you experienced has a purpose. Maybe the delay is preparing you. Maybe the opportunity you want is already moving toward you. The story gives uncertainty a narrative, and narratives are much easier to emotionally tolerate than randomness. That is why manifestation stories can be so powerful, even when they cannot prove manifestation itself. They do something more subtle. They make a particular future feel imaginable. And once you can imagine yourself living that future, it becomes psychologically easier to believe that you could take steps toward it. The danger comes when inspiration quietly becomes proof. Someone else achieving their dream does not prove that their thoughts caused the outcome, but it can prove something much simpler and more useful. Change is possible, and sometimes seeing another person's story is enough to make you believe that your own story has not been written yet. Why repetition can make an idea feel true. You hear the same idea once, and you might ignore it. You hear it 10 times, and it starts sounding familiar. You hear it every day for several months, and eventually you may catch yourself thinking, maybe there really is something to this. Nothing about the evidence necessarily changed. The idea simply became familiar, and that is one of the strangest things about the human mind. Sometimes, the more often we encounter a statement, the more comfortable it feels, and that feeling of familiarity can quietly become confused with truth. This is incredibly important when it comes to manifestation, because manifestation is not just something people believe once. It is an idea that can be repeated constantly through videos, affirmations, podcasts, books, social media posts, conversations, and daily rituals. After hearing the same message over and over again, the idea can begin to feel less like a belief and more like an obvious fact. Imagine someone telling you that your thoughts create your reality. The first time you hear it, you might think that sounds interesting. Maybe you are skeptical. Then you hear another person say that your thoughts attract your experiences. Then another person explains how changing your mindset changed their life. Then you watch a video about visualizing your goals. Then someone tells you that repeated affirmations can reprogram your subconscious mind. Then you see hundreds of comments from people claiming that it worked for them. Eventually, you are surrounded by the same basic message from completely different directions. Your brain starts recognizing the pattern. And because the idea is now familiar, it can begin to feel intuitively true. Psychologists have studied this general phenomenon through what is known as the illusory truth effect. In simple terms, repeated information can feel more believable simply because you have encountered it before. Familiarity makes processing easier. When something feels easy to recognize, the brain can interpret that ease as a signal that the information is probably trustworthy. It is not consciously thinking, "I have heard this before, therefore it must be true." The process is much more subtle. The statement feels smoother. It feels less strange. It feels like something you already know. That is why repetition is so powerful in manifestation culture. The same concepts appear again and again in slightly different language. Think positive thoughts. Visualize your desired reality. Act as if it is already yours. Trust the universe. Look for signs. Raise your vibration. Detach from the outcome. At first, these statements are separate ideas. Over time, they begin forming one complete worldview. Each new statement supports the others. And because you have heard them so many times, the entire system can start feeling internally obvious. The internet makes this effect even stronger because repetition no longer depends on one person repeating the same message. An algorithm can create an entire environment around an idea. You watch one video about manifestation, and suddenly you are shown another. You search for signs, and you receive more videos about signs. You interact with success stories, and your feed fills with more success stories. Eventually, you can spend hours inside a digital environment where almost everyone appears to agree with you. That creates an incredibly strong sense of social confirmation. You are not simply hearing an idea repeatedly. You are seeing other people live as though the idea is already established truth. And there is something important happening psychologically when the same belief comes from many different people. Your brain may interpret the variety of sources as independent confirmation, even when all of those people are repeating the same original idea. One creator watches another creator. Their audience repeats the message. Another account turns it into a quote. Someone else makes a video about their personal experience. The idea spreads from person to person, and eventually it looks like hundreds of separate pieces of evidence. But repetition is not the same thing as independent evidence. This happens outside manifestation too. Rumors can become more believable when repeated. Misconceptions can survive for generations because people keep hearing them. A statement can become part of common culture simply because enough people have said it for long enough. Once something becomes familiar, challenging it can feel strangely uncomfortable. You may even experience a sense that the person questioning it is the one who needs to explain themselves. There is another fascinating effect here. Repetition does not just influence what you believe. It can influence what you notice. Once you repeatedly hear that certain events are signs of manifestation, you become more sensitive to those events. You start noticing repeated numbers, coincidences, unexpected messages, unusual timing, and stories that seem connected to your desires. The belief teaches your brain what to look for. Then your environment starts appearing to confirm the belief, because you are paying attention to the exact things the belief told you were important. And once you start noticing those things, repetition becomes even stronger. You see a coincidence and think, there it is again. That reinforces the belief. Then you become even more attentive to similar coincidences. The cycle continues. Belief influences attention. Attention produces more examples. More examples strengthen the belief, and the stronger the belief becomes, the more natural the entire system feels. But repetition can also be used in a much healthier way. Repeating a useful idea can genuinely change how you think and behave. If you repeatedly remind yourself that failure does not define you, you may become more resilient. If you repeatedly focus on what you can control, you may become less overwhelmed by uncertainty. If you remind yourself every day that your actions matter, you may become more likely to act. The power of repetition is real. The important question is what exactly you are repeating and whether the belief is helping you interact with reality more effectively. Because there is a huge difference between repeating a belief until it feels true and testing a belief against evidence. Feeling familiar with an idea does not tell you whether the idea is accurate. It only tells you that your brain has become comfortable with it. And that may be the most unsettling part. You can become completely sincere in believing something without ever noticing the moment when repetition changed it from a strange possibility into something that felt obvious. You do not experience the transformation as manipulation. You experience it as certainty. The idea simply starts feeling right. That is why repetition can be so powerful in manifestation. The more often you hear that your thoughts shape reality, the more familiar the idea becomes. The more familiar it becomes, the easier it is to accept. And once acceptance feels like common sense, you may stop asking whether the idea has been proven at all. You simply start living as though it has. How self-fulfilling prophecies resemble manifestation. You walk into a job interview believing you are going to fail. Before you even sit down, your shoulders are tense. You avoid eye contact. Your answers are shorter than they need to be. You second-guess everything you say. The interviewer notices that you seem nervous and uncertain, so the conversation becomes less engaging. You leave the room thinking, I knew this would happen. I knew they would not like me. But what if your original expectation was not simply predicting the outcome? What if it helped create the conditions that produced it? This is where something called a self-fulfilling prophecy starts to look remarkably similar to manifestation. You believe something will happen. Your belief changes how you behave. Your behavior changes how other people respond. And eventually the result looks like proof that you were right all along. The fascinating part is that you do not need to consciously decide to make the prediction come true. Your expectations can influence your behavior automatically. If you believe people will reject you, you might become quieter, more defensive, or less willing to approach them. If you believe people will like you, you may become more relaxed, expressive, and open. Those differences might seem tiny, but social interactions are built from tiny signals. A smile, a tone of voice, how long you maintain eye contact, whether you ask another question, whether you stay in the conversation for another 5 minutes. All of these things can influence what happens next. Imagine two people entering the same networking event. The first person believes nobody there will care about them. They walk around for 10 minutes, speak to 2 people, receive 1 distracted response, and decide the event is pointless. The second person expects that they will probably meet at least 1 interesting person. They start conversations, ask questions, introduce themselves to more people, and stay longer. They might leave with a useful contact or an unexpected opportunity. Now imagine both people looking back at the event. The first says, I knew nobody would be interested in me. The second says, I knew something good would come from this. Both experiences feel like confirmation. But their expectations influenced what they did inside the situation, and what they did changed what the situation became. This is one reason manifestation can feel like it is working. A person may decide that they are going to become successful. That belief can make them more willing to take risks. They apply for more opportunities. They speak more confidently. They start conversations with people they would normally avoid. They keep going after rejection. They become more alert to possibilities. Eventually, something works. They get the opportunity they wanted. Then they look back and think, I manifested this. And emotionally, that conclusion makes sense, because the belief really did play a role. But the mechanism may not have been that their thoughts directly commanded reality. Their thoughts changed their behavior, and their behavior changed the probability of certain outcomes. There is a famous psychological idea connected to this called the self-fulfilling prophecy. The basic concept is simple. An expectation about a future event can influence behavior in ways that make the expected event more likely to happen. The prediction becomes part of the process that produces the outcome. This can happen in relationships, education, careers, business, and everyday social interactions. Think about someone who believes they are bad at making friends. They enter every social situation expecting to feel awkward. Because they expect awkwardness, they may avoid conversations. When someone approaches them, they may give short answers because they are worried about saying the wrong thing. The other person senses the lack of engagement and eventually moves on. The original person then thinks, "See, I really am bad at making friends." But the outcome may not have been caused by some fixed personality trait. Their expectation influenced their behavior, and their behavior influenced the other person's response. Now reverse the expectation. Imagine someone who believes they are capable of connecting with people. They still feel nervous, but they approach the situation differently. They ask questions. They smile. They stay in conversations longer. They give people a chance to respond. Some interactions still fail because not everyone will like everyone else. But more interactions have a chance to succeed. Eventually, they have more positive experiences, which strengthens their belief. Now their confidence looks natural, but it was partly built through a cycle of expectation, behavior, and feedback. This is where the resemblance to manifestation becomes especially interesting. Both ideas begin with an internal belief about the future. Both can influence how a person behaves in the present. Both can change what the person notices and how they interpret what happens. And both can eventually produce experiences that seem to confirm the original belief. But there is an important difference. A self-fulfilling prophecy does not require the universe to respond to your thoughts. It can happen through ordinary psychological and social mechanisms. Your expectations change your decisions. Your decisions change your behavior. Your behavior changes the reactions you receive. Those reactions change the circumstances around you. Suddenly, the future looks different because your behavior helped shape the path toward it. This does not mean positive thinking guarantees success. You can be confident and still fail. You can believe in yourself and still be rejected. You can prepare perfectly and still lose an opportunity because another person made a different decision. The world contains too many variables for your expectations to control everything. But your expectations can influence the part of reality that passes through your own actions. There is also a darker side to this. Negative expectations can become self-fulfilling too. If you constantly believe you are going to fail, you may avoid situations where you could succeed. If you believe relationships always end badly, you may become suspicious and distant. If you expect people to hurt you, you may push them away before they get close enough to prove you wrong. Eventually, the loneliness or failure you feared becomes real, and you think the world confirmed your belief. That is why beliefs can be so powerful without being magical. They can change the person who holds them, and when the person changes, their choices change. When their choices change, their behavior changes. When their behavior changes, the world responds differently. So when someone says, "I manifested this," there may be more happening underneath that statement than they realize. Their belief may have changed how they moved through the world long before the outcome appeared. They may have become more persistent, more confident, more observant, and more willing to act. The final result can feel like the universe answered their thoughts. when another explanation is that their thoughts helped them become the kind of person who behaved differently enough to create a different result. And that is what makes self-fulfilling prophecies so fascinating. Sometimes the future feels like it confirmed what you believed, when in reality, what you believed became one of the forces that helped create the future in the first place. The emotional comfort of believing the universe has a plan. There is a particular kind of pain that comes from not knowing why something happened. You lose someone you thought would stay. You work hard for an opportunity and still get rejected. You make a decision you thought was right, only to watch everything fall apart afterward. And sometimes the hardest part is not even the loss itself. It is the question that keeps coming back. Why did this happen to me? When there is no satisfying answer, the human mind starts searching for one. We want to believe that the pain means something. We want to believe that the delay has a purpose, that the rejection is redirecting us, that the door closed because something better is waiting somewhere else. The idea that the universe has a plan can be incredibly comforting because it turns uncertainty into a story. Imagine you have spent months trying to get a particular job. You prepare for the interviews. You improve your skills. You convince yourself that this is the opportunity that will finally change everything. Then you receive the rejection email. There is no hidden message inside it. They simply chose someone else. For a moment, the future you imagined disappears. You could sit with the painful uncertainty of not knowing what comes next. Or you could tell yourself, maybe this happened because something better is coming. That second interpretation does not change the rejection, but it changes what the rejection means. Suddenly, the experience is not proof that you failed. It is part of a larger journey you cannot see yet. That distinction can make an enormous emotional difference. Humans are not only trying to survive events. We are constantly trying to understand them. When something painful happens randomly, it can feel especially difficult because randomness offers no explanation and no guarantee that the pain will lead anywhere. But if you believe there is a larger plan, then even a painful event can be placed inside a meaningful story. You can tell yourself that the breakup taught you something. The failed business made you stronger. The rejection pushed you toward a better opportunity. The difficult period prepared you for a future version of yourself. And sometimes those interpretations really do help people recover. After something goes wrong, searching for meaning can give you a way to move forward. Instead of being trapped in what happened, you start asking what you can learn from it. You become more reflective. You may change your priorities. You may discover strengths you did not know you had. The belief that something good can eventually emerge from something painful can give you the emotional energy to keep going. But there is a subtle difference between finding meaning in an experience and believing that the universe deliberately caused the experience for a specific reason. The first can be empowering because you are creating meaning from what happened. The second can sometimes create an illusion of certainty. You are no longer saying, I will decide what this experience means to me. You are saying, this happened because the universe had a specific plan. And that can feel incredibly reassuring because it removes the terrifying possibility that some things simply happen without a larger explanation. Think about how uncomfortable randomness can be. You can do everything right and still experience something terrible. You can be kind and still get hurt. You can work hard and still lose. You can make careful decisions and still encounter circumstances you could never have predicted. There is no guarantee that effort will always produce the outcome you deserve. For the human brain, that lack of control can be difficult to tolerate. Believing in a larger plan provides psychological structure. It suggests that somewhere behind the uncertainty, there is an order that you cannot yet see. This is one reason people often become more spiritual or more interested in manifestation during periods of uncertainty. When life feels unpredictable, the promise of hidden meaning becomes more emotionally attractive. If you are waiting for an answer, you want to believe the delay has a purpose. If you are struggling financially, you want to believe that the struggle is temporary and leading somewhere. If you are alone, you want to believe that the right person is being prepared for you. The belief does not necessarily come from evidence. It can come from the emotional need to know that your current situation is not meaningless. And there is something beautiful about that impulse. Humans have always created stories to help themselves survive uncertainty. We tell ourselves that difficult chapters can lead to better ones. We remind ourselves that setbacks can teach us. We believe that life can still surprise us. These ideas can give people resilience when circumstances are painful. The problem begins when comfort becomes more important than reality. If every painful event is automatically interpreted as part of a perfect plan, you may stop allowing yourself to feel what actually happened. A breakup can hurt because someone chose to leave. A failed opportunity can hurt because you genuinely wanted it. A dream can disappear without secretly being replaced by something better. Sometimes there is no immediate lesson. Sometimes there is no obvious reason. And accepting that can be painful, but it can also be honest. There is another danger. If you believe that everything happens for a reason, you may eventually start blaming yourself when things go wrong. If the universe is always responding to your energy, then a negative outcome might feel like evidence that you thought incorrectly, believed incorrectly, or somehow attracted the problem. Instead of allowing yourself to recognize that life contains randomness, you search for something inside yourself that supposedly caused the situation. That can turn a comforting belief into a heavy burden. You are no longer just dealing with uncertainty. You feel responsible for controlling it. Every setback becomes something you must decode. Every coincidence becomes something you must understand. Every delay becomes something you must interpret. And instead of simply living through your life, you can become obsessed with figuring out what the universe is trying to tell you. A healthier approach can be much simpler. You do not have to know why something happened in order to decide what you will do with it. You can lose an opportunity and still search for another one. You can experience heartbreak and still grow from it. You can face uncertainty without pretending that you know how the story ends. You can hope that something better is coming without treating that hope as a guarantee, because perhaps the deepest comfort is not believing that the universe has planned every detail of your life. Perhaps it is realizing that even when you cannot control what happens, you still have some control over what happens next. You may not know why the door closed. You may never know. But you can choose where you walk after it closes. And sometimes that is enough meaning to keep moving forward. Why humans prefer belief over uncertainty. Imagine being told that something important in your life is completely uncertain. There is no guarantee that your relationship will work, no guarantee that the job you want will be yours, No guarantee that your plans will succeed. No guarantee that the person you love will stay. You can do everything you possibly can, and the final outcome can still depend on things you cannot control. That kind of uncertainty is uncomfortable because the brain wants something solid to hold on to. It wants an answer. It wants a direction. It wants to know what happens next. And when reality refuses to provide one, the mind often creates one. That is why humans can sometimes prefer a comforting belief over an uncomfortable uncertainty, even when the belief is impossible to prove. Think about waiting for an important message from someone you care about. You check your phone. Nothing. You wait another hour. Still nothing. Your brain starts filling the silence with possibilities. Maybe they are busy. Maybe they are upset. Maybe they are thinking about what to say. Maybe they are losing interest. Maybe something happened. You do not actually know. But notice how quickly your mind starts creating explanations. Sitting with I do not know is difficult. Having a story, even a completely imagined one, can feel easier. This is because uncertainty creates a strange psychological tension. When you do not know what will happen, your brain cannot fully prepare for it. It has to keep possibilities open. It has to monitor the situation. It has to remain alert. A definite belief, even if it is wrong, can reduce some of that mental tension. Instead of thinking, I have no idea whether this will work out, you can think, I know this is going to work out. Suddenly, the future feels more predictable. Your body can relax. Your mind has something to hold on to. This is one reason manifestation can be so emotionally attractive. It offers a framework for uncertainty. Instead of saying, I want this, but I have no idea whether it will happen, you can say, I am creating this reality. Instead of waiting for an unpredictable future, you can imagine that the future is already moving toward you. Visualization gives you an image. Affirmations give you language. Signs give you clues. The entire system can create a feeling that uncertainty has been replaced by direction. And the feeling can be incredibly powerful. Imagine someone who has no idea whether they will ever become financially successful. That uncertainty can feel overwhelming. But if they believe that their desired reality is already unfolding, they may feel calmer. They wake up with a sense of purpose. They believe that setbacks are temporary. They interpret coincidences as encouragement. They have a reason to keep going. The belief does not necessarily provide factual knowledge about the future, but emotionally, it provides structure. Humans have always done this in different forms. We create explanations for things we do not understand. We build stories around events. We look for patterns. We search for causes. We develop rituals. We create predictions. These behaviors are not random. They help us navigate a world that contains enormous amounts of uncertainty. If your ancestors heard a strange sound in the forest, assuming that it might mean danger could have been more useful than casually deciding that nothing was happening. The brain evolved to pay attention to patterns and possibilities because uncertainty can sometimes be dangerous. But that same system can create false connections. If two events happen close together, the brain may connect them. If something happens after you perform a particular ritual, you may start believing the ritual caused it. If you think about someone and they suddenly call, the timing feels meaningful. If you visualize an opportunity and later receive one, your mind naturally connects the two. The brain is trying to reduce uncertainty by turning separate events into a coherent story. And once a belief gives you certainty, letting go of it can become surprisingly difficult. Imagine someone who believes their future partner is destined to appear at exactly the right moment. That belief might make loneliness easier to tolerate. If they abandon the belief, they have to face a much harder possibility. Maybe there is no guarantee. Maybe they could remain single for longer than they expected. Maybe the person they imagine does not exist. The belief protects them from having to sit with that uncertainty. This is why people do not always change beliefs simply because evidence challenges them. A belief is not only a statement about reality, it can also serve an emotional function. It can provide hope, identity, comfort, direction, or control. If you remove the belief, you are sometimes removing the emotional support that came with it. That can make uncertainty feel much more frightening. There is also something deeply uncomfortable about accepting that some outcomes are genuinely outside your control. You can influence your career, but you cannot control every hiring manager. You can communicate in a relationship, but you cannot control another person's feelings. You can take care of your body, but you cannot control every event that happens to you. You can make intelligent decisions, but you cannot see every consequence in advance. Reality contains countless variables that no individual can fully predict. Belief gives the mind a shortcut. It says, this is what is happening. This is what it means. This is where it is going. You no longer have to carry every possibility at once. You have an explanation, and explanations are emotionally satisfying. But there is a difference between using belief as emotional support and using belief as a substitute for evidence. You can believe that your future can improve without believing that you know exactly how it will improve. You can have hope without pretending that hope is certainty. You can visualize a goal without assuming the outcome is guaranteed. You can believe in yourself while still accepting that some things will not go according to plan. In fact, learning to tolerate uncertainty may be more powerful than eliminating it. When you can say, I do not know what will happen, but I can handle whatever happens next, you no longer need every coincidence to be a sign. You do not need every setback to have a hidden purpose. You do not need to force the future into a story that makes you feel safe. You can simply keep moving. And maybe that is the uncomfortable truth behind why humans prefer belief over uncertainty. A belief gives you something to hold. Uncertainty gives you nothing except possibility. The mind often chooses the solid feeling of an answer, even when that answer is only a story. Because sometimes not knowing what happens next is harder to tolerate than believing you already know. The connection between desire and selective attention. You are walking through a crowded place when suddenly something catches your eye. It might be a particular car, a familiar name, a job advertisement, or even a song playing in the background. What makes that moment interesting is that the thing you noticed may have been surrounded by hundreds of other things, but your brain somehow picked that one. Now imagine that the thing you noticed is something you desperately want. Suddenly, it does not feel like an ordinary detail anymore. It feels important. It feels like it was placed directly in your path. And this is where desire begins to influence attention. The stronger you want something, the more sensitive your brain can become to information connected to it. Think about someone who desperately wants to fall in love. Before that desire becomes intense, they may walk through their day without paying much attention to couples around them. Then they become emotionally invested in finding a relationship, and suddenly couples seem to be everywhere. They notice people holding hands at restaurants. They notice romantic videos online. They notice wedding advertisements. They notice friends talking about relationships. It can feel like the entire world suddenly became obsessed with love. But the world probably did not change. Their attention did. This is one of the most important things to understand about manifestation. Your brain receives far more information than you can consciously process. Every moment contains sounds, faces, conversations, signs, objects, movements, colors, words, and countless other details. If you consciously noticed all of them, you would be overwhelmed. So your brain filters. It decides what deserves your attention and what can disappear into the background. And your desires can influence that filter. If you want a particular car, you start noticing that car everywhere. If you are looking for a new apartment, suddenly every building has potential. If you are thinking about changing careers, conversations about that industry seem to appear constantly. If you are worried about losing someone, every change in their behavior becomes noticeable. Your brain is not necessarily attracting these things. It is becoming more efficient at detecting them, and there is a reason desire has such a strong influence. Things that matter to you carry emotional importance. Your brain treats emotionally important information differently from meaningless information. If something could help you achieve a goal, protect you from danger, or satisfy an important need, paying attention, it becomes useful. So when you strongly desire something, your attention naturally becomes biased toward information related to that desire. Imagine you are trying to start a business. You have been thinking about the idea for months. One afternoon, someone casually mentions a problem that your business could potentially solve. Before you started thinking about the business, you might have ignored that conversation completely. Now you immediately recognize it as an opportunity. You think, this is exactly what I have been looking for. It can feel as though the opportunity appeared because you were manifesting it. But there is another explanation. Your desire trained your attention to recognize something that was already there. This is not a small distinction. It can completely change how you understand manifestation. When people say that they started seeing opportunities everywhere after they began visualizing their goals, they may genuinely be describing a real psychological change. Their attention has become goal-focused. They are scanning their environment differently. They are more likely to recognize useful information. They may notice people, conversations, and possibilities that previously passed them by. And once they notice those opportunities, their behavior can change too. They might approach someone they would normally ignore. They might apply for a position they would have previously considered unrealistic. They might research an idea that caught their attention. They might start a conversation. They might take a risk. This is where desire can indirectly influence outcomes. It does not have to pull an opportunity toward you like a magnet. It can make you more likely to see the opportunity when it appears. But desire can also distort attention in the opposite direction. If you desperately want something, you may become so focused on finding evidence that you overlook information that challenges your hope. Imagine you want a particular relationship to work. Because you care so much, you notice every affectionate message, every coincidence, and every moment of connection. But you may pay less attention to the repeated signs that the other person is not ready for the same relationship. Your desire is not simply helping you notice. It may also be making it harder to notice what you do not want to see. That is where selective attention becomes emotionally powerful. You are not choosing what to ignore consciously. Your brain is prioritizing information based on what currently matters to you. And when desire becomes intense, the filter can become extremely narrow. You can walk through an environment filled with information and come away remembering only the details that relate to your goal. This can create the feeling that reality itself is responding to you. You start thinking about money, and suddenly you see opportunities to earn it. You start thinking about a particular person, and suddenly you notice reminders of them. You start visualizing success, and suddenly you see successful people everywhere. The experience is real. What changes is the interpretation. Instead of saying, "My brain has become more sensitive to information related to my goal," you might conclude, "The universe is sending these things to me." And sometimes that interpretation can become self-reinforcing. You notice one coincidence. That coincidence makes you believe more strongly that something is happening. Because the belief becomes stronger, you pay even more attention. Then you notice another coincidence. Now the evidence feels overwhelming. But the increase in evidence may partly come from the increase in attention. It is almost like turning up the volume on one channel while leaving everything else quiet. The channel was always there. You simply made it easier to hear. There is something empowering about understanding this, because it means your attention can become a tool. If you know what matters to you, you can deliberately train yourself to notice useful opportunities. You can become more aware of conversations, skills, people, and possibilities connected to your goals. But you can also protect yourself by remembering that attention is selective. Seeing more evidence does not automatically mean that there is more evidence. Your desire tells your brain what matters. Your brain then starts looking for it. And once it starts looking, the world can suddenly appear filled with the exact thing you have been thinking about. That can feel mysterious, almost as if reality has changed around you. But sometimes the most powerful change is happening inside your attention. The world was already full of possibilities. Your desire simply taught you where to look. How confidence can create real-world results. There is a strange moment that happens when you start believing you can actually do something. The task itself may not have changed. The competition is still there. The obstacles are still there. The possibility of failure is still there. But suddenly, you approach the situation differently. You speak with more certainty. You take the opportunity instead of talking yourself out of it. You stay in the room a little longer. You ask the question you were afraid to ask. You try again after getting rejected. And sometimes, that tiny change in how you carry yourself produces a completely different result. This is one of the most interesting reasons manifestation can feel real. Confidence may not magically pull an outcome toward you, but it can change your behavior so dramatically that the world begins responding differently. Imagine two people applying for the same job. Both have similar qualifications. Both have prepared. Both want the position badly. But one walks into the interview thinking, "They are probably going to reject me." The other thinks, "I have a real chance here." The confident person does not suddenly become more intelligent because of that thought. But they may answer questions more clearly. They may maintain better eye contact. They may speak more naturally. They may ask thoughtful questions instead of worrying about saying the wrong thing. They may recover more easily after a difficult question. The interviewer is not just evaluating their resume anymore. They are experiencing how this person communicates. Confidence has changed the interaction. And that is where confidence becomes powerful. It changes what you do with the opportunities already available to you. Think about someone who believes they are capable of becoming successful. They might walk into a room and introduce themselves to someone they would normally be too nervous to approach. They might ask for advice. They might negotiate a salary instead of accepting the first offer. They might publish their work even though they are afraid people will criticize it. They might apply for an opportunity even when they do not meet every requirement. Each individual action may seem small, but together they create more chances for something to work. Now imagine someone who believes they are not good enough. They may never make the call. They may decide not to apply. They may keep their idea private. They may interpret one rejection as proof that they should stop. The opportunity exists in both situations, but only one person moves toward it. Later, the confident person succeeds and says, "I knew I could do it." The insecure person looks at the same world and thinks, "See, people like me never get those opportunities." What looks like a difference in luck may partly be a difference in behavior. This is one reason confidence is often mistaken for manifestation. When you believe something good is possible, you are more likely to behave as though the possibility is real. You take yourself seriously. You communicate differently. You become more persistent. You tolerate rejection better. You are willing to make decisions without having complete certainty. Those behaviors can produce real consequences. Other people may respond to your confidence. Employers may see you as more capable. Customers may trust you more. Friends may find you easier to connect with. You may simply give yourself more opportunities to succeed. There is also a feedback loop that makes confidence grow stronger once it starts working. You take a risk, and it goes well. That success increases your confidence. Because you are more confident, you take another risk. That creates another opportunity for success. Over time, you build a history of experiences that supports your belief in yourself. Eventually, confidence can look like a natural personality trait, even though part of it was created through repeated action and positive feedback. But confidence does not mean believing you are guaranteed to win. Real confidence is often much more realistic than that. It sounds less like, "I know this will work," and more like, "Even if this does not work, I can handle it." That difference matters. If you believe success is guaranteed, failure can completely destroy your confidence. But if you believe you can handle uncertainty, failure becomes information instead of a verdict on your identity. This is where confidence can become genuinely useful. It allows you to act without needing certainty first. You do not have to know that someone will say yes before you ask. You do not have to know that the business will succeed before you begin. You do not have to know that the interview will go perfectly before you walk into the room. You simply need enough confidence to take the next step. And there is another fascinating effect. Confidence can influence how other people perceive you. People are constantly reading small social signals. The way you speak, the way you hold yourself, how quickly you respond, whether you seem comfortable with your own decisions, whether you appear willing to take responsibility. None of these things guarantee success, but they can affect how others react to you. A person who seems confident may be given more responsibility. Someone who communicates clearly may be trusted more quickly. Someone who confidently presents an idea may receive more attention than someone with the exact same idea who barely speaks above a whisper. This does not mean you should pretend to be confident. Forced confidence can feel unnatural, and other people can often sense that. The deeper change comes from developing evidence that you can trust yourself. You keep promises to yourself. You learn skills. You survive uncomfortable situations. You make mistakes and recover. Every time you do something difficult and discover that you are capable of handling it, you give your brain another reason to believe in you. That is also why visualization can sometimes help. When you imagine yourself handling a difficult situation successfully, you can become more familiar with the emotional experience of taking action. But the real transformation happens when the imagined confidence is followed by real behavior. You visualize making the presentation, then you practice it. You imagine having the conversation, then you actually make the call. You picture getting the opportunity, then you put yourself in situations where the opportunity can exist. The important distinction is that confidence does not control reality. It changes your relationship with reality. You still cannot control every person's decision, every opportunity, or every random event. But you can change how often you step forward, how long you persist, how you communicate, and how willing you are to take calculated risks. And when those things change, your results can change with them. That is why someone can honestly feel that believing in themselves transformed their life. In a very real sense, it may have. Not because confidence forced the universe to give them exactly what they wanted, but because confidence changed what they were willing to do in the world. Sometimes the thought comes first, then the action. The action creates a response. The response creates an opportunity. The opportunity creates a result. And when you look back at the entire chain, it can feel like the original belief somehow predicted everything. But perhaps the more interesting truth is simpler. Confidence did not guarantee the outcome. It gave you the courage to participate in creating it. Why gratitude practices can reinforce manifestation beliefs. Imagine waking up every morning and spending 5 minutes writing down everything you are grateful for. Your health, your family, your home, your work, a good conversation from yesterday, a small opportunity that appeared unexpectedly. You keep doing it every day, and something slowly changes. You become more aware of positive things. You notice moments you would normally overlook. Your mood improves. You start feeling as though life is becoming more abundant. And then you connect that feeling to manifestation. You think, I am grateful, I am attracting more, and the universe is responding. That connection can feel incredibly convincing because gratitude really can change the way you experience your life. The interesting question is whether the emotional benefits of gratitude are being mistaken for evidence that the universe is literally rearranging reality around your thoughts. Gratitude has a powerful effect on attention. When you deliberately search for things to appreciate, you are training your brain to notice them. Instead of automatically focusing on what is missing, you start paying attention to what is already present. A person who normally wakes up thinking about everything that is going wrong may begin noticing small positive experiences that were always there but rarely received attention. A warm cup of tea, a supportive message, a peaceful morning, money that was successfully saved, a task that went better than expected. None of these things necessarily appeared because of the gratitude practice, but gratitude changes what gets noticed. And that change can feel much bigger than it actually is because attention shapes experience. Two people can live through the same day and remember it completely differently. One person focuses on everything that went wrong and ends the day convinced that life is terrible. Another focuses on the moments that went well and goes to bed feeling fortunate. Their external circumstances may be almost identical, but their internal experience is completely different. Gratitude can shift that internal balance. This is where manifestation beliefs can become especially powerful. Many manifestation practices encourage people to feel grateful for things before they have happened. You are encouraged to imagine having the relationship, the money, the career, or the lifestyle you want, and then experience gratitude as though it is already yours. Emotionally, this can create a strong sense of certainty. Instead of feeling like you are waiting for your future, you start feeling like your future is already becoming real. That feeling can be incredibly motivating. If you wake up every morning feeling grateful for the career you are trying to build, you may approach your work differently. You may feel more hopeful. You may be more willing to take action. You may stop seeing every obstacle as proof that the goal is impossible. Gratitude can reduce the emotional weight of constantly focusing on what you do not have, and that can help you stay engaged with your goals. But there is a subtle psychological shift that can happen. You may begin interpreting positive changes as confirmation that the gratitude practice itself caused them. You feel grateful, then something good happens, and your brain connects the two. You think, I knew this would work. The gratitude attracted it. Then the belief becomes stronger, so you practice gratitude even more intensely. When another positive event happens, it becomes another piece of evidence. Soon, gratitude is no longer simply a psychological practice. It becomes part of a larger explanation for why good things happen. The problem is that life is full of positive events even when we are not practicing gratitude. People get promotions. Friends call unexpectedly. Opportunities appear. Relationships improve. Someone gives you a gift. You find money you forgot about. You receive a message at exactly the right time. These things can happen because of countless factors. But when you are actively practicing gratitude, you are more likely to notice them and remember them. Your attention has been trained to search for positive experiences. This creates a powerful feedback loop. Gratitude makes you notice more positive events. Positive events make you feel grateful. That feeling strengthens the belief that gratitude is changing your reality. The stronger belief encourages more gratitude. More gratitude increases your attention to positive experiences, and the cycle continues. There is nothing fake about the positive feelings inside that cycle. That is important. If gratitude makes someone feel happier, more appreciative, and more emotionally balanced, those benefits are real. The mistake is assuming that, because the practice changes your experience, it must therefore prove that the universe is responding to your thoughts. Think about someone who starts writing 3 things they are grateful for every night. After a few weeks, they realize they are less focused on their problems. They are more aware of what they have. They feel calmer. They start treating people differently. They become more patient. They begin noticing opportunities instead of only obstacles. Their relationships improve because they are more appreciative. Their work improves because they are less mentally overwhelmed. Eventually, their life genuinely looks different. Now imagine that person saying, "Gratitude changed my reality." In one sense, that statement could be completely true. Gratitude changed how they interacted with reality, and that changed some of their experiences. But that is very different from saying that gratitude directly caused the universe to deliver specific outcomes. And there is another reason gratitude can strengthen manifestation beliefs. It can protect the belief from failure. If the thing you wanted has not happened yet, you can still practice gratitude for what you already have. That can reduce frustration and make the waiting period feel meaningful. Instead of thinking, I wanted this, and it still has not happened, you think, I am grateful for what is already here, and I trust that more is coming. The uncertainty becomes easier to tolerate. That emotional comfort can be powerful. Gratitude gives you something positive to focus on while you wait for an uncertain future. It can prevent desperation from taking over. But it can also make a manifestation framework feel self-validating. If something good happens, gratitude gets credit. If nothing happens, you are told to remain grateful and trust the process. Either way, the practice can continue without forcing the belief to confront a clear contradiction. The healthiest way to look at gratitude may be much simpler. You do not need to believe that gratitude magically attracts everything you want. You can appreciate what you already have while still working toward what you want. You can feel thankful without pretending that every good event was sent specifically for you. You can use gratitude to change your attention, your mood, and your behavior without turning it into a test of whether the universe is listening. Because gratitude really does have power. It can change what you notice. It can change what you value. It can change how you experience an ordinary day. And once your attention changes, your world can feel different even when the outside world has barely moved. That transformation can be so powerful that it feels like manifestation. But sometimes, the thing gratitude is attracting is not a different reality. It is a different way of seeing the reality that was already there. The difference between manifestation and goal setting. Picture two people who want exactly the same thing. They both want to earn more money. They both dream about leaving their current jobs and building a better life. They both spend time imagining what success would look like. But after that, their paths start to separate. One person spends every morning visualizing the future, repeating affirmations, and imagining the feeling of already having the money. The other person writes down a specific income target, studies the skills needed to reach it, creates a plan, tracks progress, applies for better jobs, and adjusts the strategy when something does not work. From the outside, both people might look equally motivated. Both are thinking about the future. Both believe they can change their lives. But psychologically, they are doing something very different. One is primarily trying to influence their relationship with the desired outcome through belief and expectation. The other is turning the desired outcome into a sequence of actions. That difference matters because manifestation and goal setting can feel almost identical when you are experiencing them from the inside. Both begin with desire. You imagine something better than what you have now. You create a picture of the future. You feel emotionally connected to it. You believe that your current situation does not have to remain permanent. But what happens after that initial vision is where the real distinction appears. Goal setting takes a desire and makes it operational. Instead of simply saying, I want to become successful, you define what success actually means. You might decide that you want to earn a particular amount of money, lose a certain amount of weight, complete a degree, build a business, or apply for a certain number of jobs every week. The goal becomes measurable. Then you ask the uncomfortable question, What would I actually have to do to make this more likely? That question changes everything. If your goal is to get a better job, you might need to learn a new skill. You might need to improve your resume. You might need to contact people in your industry. You might need to apply to dozens of positions. You might need to practice interviews. And if none of that works, you have to look at the results and change something. Goal setting creates a feedback loop between intention and reality. You act, you observe what happens, and then you adjust. Manifestation often places more emphasis on the internal state. You imagine the outcome. You visualize yourself already living it. You repeat statements that reinforce the belief. You try to feel as though the desired future is already yours. For many people, this can create motivation and emotional clarity. It can make a distant goal feel more real. It can help them stay focused. But the crucial question is what happens next. If visualization leads you to take action, then it can become part of an effective goal-setting process. You imagine yourself succeeding, and that makes you more confident. Because you are more confident, you practice more. Because you practice more, you become better. Because you become better, you create better opportunities. In that situation, the visualization is helping the process. But if visualization replaces action, the situation changes completely. You can spend hours imagining yourself wealthy without learning the skills that could increase your income. You can imagine the perfect relationship without improving your communication. You can visualize getting fit without changing your habits. You can picture your dream career without applying for opportunities. The emotional experience can feel productive even when your behavior has barely changed. And this is one of the biggest psychological traps surrounding manifestation. Thinking about the goal can create some of the emotional satisfaction of pursuing the goal. When you imagine yourself already successful, you get a small taste of the emotional reward. You can feel excited, hopeful, confident, and proud before anything has actually happened. That can be useful when it motivates action. But it can also reduce the urgency to act because part of your brain has already experienced the reward in imagination. Goal setting works differently because it keeps bringing you back to the gap between where you are and where you want to be. If your goal is to run a marathon, you cannot simply imagine crossing the finish line. Eventually, you have to run. You have to train when you are tired. You have to build endurance. You have to recover from setbacks. You have to measure your progress. Reality keeps giving you feedback, and feedback is incredibly important because your first plan is almost never perfect. Maybe you thought you could learn a new skill in 3 months, but it takes 6. Maybe you expected 10 job applications to produce an offer, but you need 50. Maybe you thought a business idea would work immediately, but customers are not interested. Goal setting gives you permission to change the plan because the outcome is more important than protecting the original belief. This is where manifestation can sometimes become psychologically different. If someone strongly believes that the universe is responsible for delivering the desired outcome, failure can be interpreted as a temporary delay, a sign to detach, or evidence that the timing is not right. That can protect hope. But it can also reduce the amount of useful information the person takes from failure. Imagine applying for the same type of job for a year and getting rejected repeatedly. A goal-setting approach might ask, what is not working? Is the resume weak? Are the qualifications missing? Are you applying to the wrong positions? Are your interview skills holding you back? Should you change industries? Manifestation thinking might instead focus on maintaining belief and trusting that the right opportunity will arrive. Sometimes that persistence is helpful, but if the strategy itself is not working, belief alone cannot provide the feedback necessary to improve it. There is also a difference in how each approach treats uncertainty. Goal setting accepts that the outcome is not guaranteed. You can control your preparation, your effort, and some of your decisions, but you cannot control everything. Another person can reject you. The market can change. An unexpected event can disrupt your plans. Goal setting is built around increasing the probability of success rather than guaranteeing it. Manifestation often feels attractive because it offers something emotionally stronger than probability. It can create the feeling that the desired outcome is already moving toward you. That feeling can be comforting, especially when the future is uncertain. But there is a cost if certainty replaces flexibility. When reality changes, you may become more focused on protecting the belief than responding to the situation. The most interesting possibility is that you do not necessarily have to choose one or the other. You can use the emotional strengths of manifestation while keeping the practical structure of goal setting. Visualize what you want. Let yourself feel excited about it. Use that image to clarify what matters to you. Then turn the vision into measurable actions. Track what happens. Learn from failure. Change the strategy when necessary. Keep the dream, but stay flexible about the path. Because wanting something is not the problem. Imagining something better is not the problem. Even believing that your future can change is not the problem. The real difference comes down to what you do after the belief. Manifestation asks you to imagine the future you want. Goal setting asks you what you are willing to do to increase the chances of reaching it. And when the two work together, the imagination can provide the direction while the actions provide the path. How childhood beliefs influence ideas about the universe. Long before you ever heard the word manifestation, you were already learning how to explain the world. As a child, you did not have the tools to understand probability, coincidence, psychology, or the countless invisible factors that shape what happens around you. You simply watched. You listened. You noticed what seemed to happen after certain things. If you behaved well and something good happened, you might connect the two. If you prayed for something and then received it, you might assume your prayer caused it. If you thought about someone and they called, that coincidence could feel almost magical. Childhood is when the brain begins building its basic assumptions about how reality works, and some of those assumptions can quietly follow us into adulthood. Think about a child who is told that everything happens for a reason. At first, that sentence may sound comforting, but a child does not hear it the same way an adult does. The child may start believing that every event has a specific purpose, even when there is no obvious explanation. A lost toy happened for a reason. A canceled plan happened for a reason. A new friend appeared for a reason. A difficult experience must have been part of some larger plan. That way of thinking can become a mental habit. Years later, when something unexpected happens, the adult may automatically search for the hidden meaning behind it. And this is where manifestation can feel strangely familiar. The idea that your thoughts, emotions, intentions, or energy somehow connect with the universe is not completely foreign to a mind that has spent years learning that events have hidden meanings. If you already believe that life contains signs, lessons, destiny, or invisible connections, manifestation can fit naturally into that worldview. Childhood is also a period when we learn through imitation. We watch the adults around us to understand what is normal. If parents constantly talk about luck, fate, signs, miracles, positive thinking, or the idea that things happen exactly when they are supposed to, those ideas can become part of a child's mental framework. The child does not necessarily sit down and evaluate the evidence. They absorb the way important people around them interpret life. Imagine a child hearing a parent say, "We almost missed that bus, but maybe it happened because we were supposed to meet that person." The child learns something subtle. An ordinary coincidence can have a hidden purpose. Years later, that child might experience a similar coincidence and automatically interpret it in the same way. They may not remember where the habit came from. It simply feels like the obvious way to understand what happened. This is not about saying that childhood beliefs are wrong. Some beliefs can provide genuine emotional support. A child who believes that difficult moments can eventually lead to something good may become more resilient. A child who learns to hope may become more willing to keep trying. A child who believes that they have some control over their future may develop confidence. The important point is that childhood beliefs often become the lens through which later experiences are interpreted, and the brain is particularly good at preserving beliefs that help create a stable sense of identity. If you grow up seeing yourself as lucky, you may remember the moments when things worked out unexpectedly. If you grow up believing that the universe protects you, you may pay special attention to experiences that feel like protection. If you grow up believing that everything happens for a reason, you may naturally search for meaning when something painful happens. Notice what is happening here. The belief comes first, and then attention begins organizing experience around it. A person who believes the universe sends signs will notice different things from someone who believes coincidences are mostly random. Both people can walk down the same street. One notices a repeated number, a familiar song, and an unexpected encounter and sees a pattern. The other notices traffic, noise, advertisements, and hundreds of ordinary details. They are not necessarily living in different worlds. Their expectations are directing their attention toward different parts of the same world. Childhood can also teach us to think in terms of simple cause and effect. If you touch something hot, it hurts. If you cry, someone may comfort you. If you behave well, you may receive praise. This kind of learning is extremely useful, but it can also encourage the brain to search for causes even when events are connected only by coincidence. A child thinks about a birthday present and then receives it. The child may believe that thinking about it somehow helped make it happen. An adult can understand that the present was already planned, but the emotional memory remains. The experience teaches a powerful lesson without needing words. Wanting something intensely can feel connected to getting it. Later, manifestation practices can reactivate that same emotional logic. You visualize a specific outcome. You become emotionally invested in it. Then something similar happens. The experience feels familiar because it matches a pattern your mind learned long ago. You wanted something. You focused on it. Reality seemed to respond. The adult explanation may be more sophisticated, but the emotional structure can be surprisingly similar. There is another important factor. Childhood is when we develop our sense of control. Children often have very little actual control over their lives. Adults decide where they live, what they eat, when they sleep, where they go, and what happens next. Because of that, Children can develop rituals and beliefs that create a feeling of control. Maybe a certain routine makes them feel safe. Maybe they believe a particular object brings good luck. Maybe they think that imagining something will prevent something bad from happening. As adults, that desire for control does not disappear. It simply becomes more sophisticated. When the future feels uncertain, manifestation can provide a sense that you are not powerless. You can visualize. You can affirm. You can set intentions. You can look for signs. You can believe that your internal state matters. Even when you cannot control the outcome, you feel like you have something you can do. That emotional function can be incredibly important. Believing that your future has meaning can make uncertainty easier to tolerate. Believing that your thoughts matter can make you feel less helpless. Believing that life is guiding you somewhere can make painful experiences easier to process. But childhood beliefs do not have to control adult beliefs. You can appreciate where your ideas came from without automatically accepting every conclusion they created. You can keep the hope without needing the certainty. You can believe that your life can change without believing that every coincidence was planned. You can search for meaning without assuming that every event contains a hidden message. Because perhaps the most interesting thing about manifestation is not whether the universe is secretly listening to our thoughts. It is how early we learn to look at an uncertain world and turn it into a story. By adulthood, those stories can feel like reality itself. And sometimes, the beliefs we think we discovered on our own were quietly being built inside us long before we were old enough to question them. Why humans see patterns where none exist. Imagine you flip a coin and it lands heads 5 times in a row. You immediately feel something is strange. Maybe you think the next one has to be tails. Maybe you start wondering if the coin is weighted. Maybe you feel like there is some hidden pattern you are supposed to notice. But the coin does not know what happened before. The next flip has no memory of the previous 5. And yet, your brain desperately wants those 5 results to mean something. That reaction reveals something fundamental about being human. We are pattern-seeking creatures. We do not simply observe what happens. We constantly search for connections between events, even when those connections are not actually there. This ability is incredibly useful. Imagine our ancestors walking through a forest and hearing a series of sounds behind them. Assuming there might be a predator could have been much safer than assuming the sounds were meaningless. If they noticed that certain clouds often appeared before storms, recognizing that pattern could help them prepare. If they learned that a particular plant made them sick, remembering the connection could protect them later. Human survival depended partly on finding patterns in an unpredictable environment. The problem is that the same system that helps us detect real patterns can also detect patterns that do not exist. Your brain would rather sometimes see a connection that is not there than completely miss a connection that could matter. That means false patterns are almost unavoidable. You see shapes in clouds. You recognize faces in random objects. You notice that 2 unusual events happened close together and immediately wonder whether they are connected. You hear a song that reminds you of someone, and suddenly the timing feels meaningful. The brain is constantly trying to turn scattered information into something understandable. This becomes especially powerful when emotions are involved. If you desperately want something to happen, you become more sensitive to events that could be connected to it. Imagine you are hoping that a particular person will come back into your life. You think about them constantly. Then you hear their favorite song in a restaurant. Later, you see their name somewhere unexpected. That night, you dream about them. None of these events necessarily has anything to do with the person returning. But because the person matters emotionally, your brain connects the events into a story. You may think, why would all of these things happen at the same time? And that question already assumes there is a reason they happen together. This is where manifestation becomes especially interesting. Manifestation often encourages people to pay attention to coincidences, repeated numbers, unexpected encounters, dreams, unusual timing, and other events that feel personally meaningful. Once you are actively looking for these patterns, you will find more of them. Not necessarily because the universe is sending more signals, but because your attention has become tuned to detect them. Think about buying a new car. Before you decide on the model, you might barely notice it on the road. Then you choose that car, and suddenly you see it everywhere. It feels like the car has become incredibly common overnight. But the number of cars on the road probably did not change dramatically. Your attention changed. The car became relevant, so your brain started detecting it more efficiently. Now take that same mechanism and add emotion. If you believe a certain number is connected to your manifestation, you will notice that number more often. You might see it on a clock, a receipt, a building, or a license plate. Every time it appears, it feels significant because you already believe it means something. Meanwhile, all the numbers you saw that did not match your belief disappear from memory. This is one of the reasons patterns can feel like evidence. You remember the matches and forget the misses. Imagine you are told that you will receive a message within 7 days. During that week, you might notice 7 appearing several times. You see it on a receipt. You notice the time includes 7. Someone mentions the number in conversation. If the message arrives on the 7th day, the entire week can suddenly feel like a carefully designed sequence. But what about the hundreds of numbers you encountered that had nothing to do with 7? Your brain does not treat them equally because they are not emotionally relevant to the story. And the more emotionally important the outcome, the stronger this effect can become. If you are casually hoping for something, a coincidence may be amusing. If you desperately need it to happen, the same coincidence can feel like a message from the universe. Desire increases attention. Attention increases detection. Detection creates more apparent patterns, and those patterns can strengthen the original belief. There is another fascinating reason humans do this. Randomness is difficult to emotionally accept. If two important events happen close together, saying they were completely unrelated can feel unsatisfying. The brain wants an explanation. It wants a reason. It wants to believe that the timing means something. A meaningful connection feels more comfortable than uncertainty. Imagine losing a job and then meeting someone who introduces you to a new career opportunity a week later. Looking back, you might say, losing that job had to happen because it led me here. That interpretation can be deeply meaningful. But there is a difference between saying the experience eventually led to something valuable and saying the universe deliberately caused the job loss for that exact reason. The first statement describes what happened afterward. The second assigns an intention that may not be possible to verify. This distinction matters because humans are extremely good at constructing stories after events occur. Once we know the ending, earlier events can suddenly look like they were leading toward it all along. A coincidence that seemed meaningless at the time can become incredibly important in hindsight. The final outcome changes the meaning of everything that came before it. That is why manifestation success stories can be so convincing. Someone looks backward and sees a trail of signs. The repeated numbers, the strange timing, the unexpected conversation, the dream, the coincidence. Then the desired outcome finally happens, and suddenly every previous event appears connected. The story feels almost impossible to dismiss. But the same world contains countless events that never become part of a story because nothing followed them. You notice a strange coincidence, but if nothing happens afterward, you forget it. You have a meaningful dream, but if the dream does not lead anywhere, it disappears into memory. You see a repeated number, but if no major event follows, it eventually stops feeling important. The pattern becomes visible because the ending gives it meaning. And this is perhaps the most fascinating part of being human. We are not just pattern detectors. We are pattern storytellers. We take scattered events, connect them, and turn them into explanations about our lives. Sometimes those explanations are incredibly useful. Sometimes they help us learn, predict, and make better decisions. But sometimes they simply make randomness feel meaningful. So when you experience a strange coincidence, you do not have to dismiss it completely. You can enjoy it. You can let it inspire you. You can even use it as a reminder of what matters to you. But there is a powerful question worth asking before turning it into proof. Did the pattern exist before I wanted it to exist? Or did my desire teach me where to look? Because sometimes the universe is not sending you a hidden message. Sometimes your brain is doing what it was built to do. It is taking a chaotic world, finding connections inside it, and turning those connections into a story that feels meaningful enough to believe. The appeal of energy as an explanation for life events. There is something incredibly satisfying about saying, I could feel the energy was wrong. Think about how often people use words like energy, vibration, frequency, or aura to explain an experience they cannot easily put into words. You meet someone for the first time and immediately feel uncomfortable around them. You walk into a room and something feels off. You spend an afternoon with someone and leave feeling strangely drained. Then you meet another person and somehow feel comfortable within minutes. Instead of analyzing every tiny detail that created those reactions, you simply say, their energy felt different. And that explanation feels strangely complete. That is exactly why the idea of energy has become so appealing in manifestation culture. It gives people a simple language for experiences that are complicated, emotional, and difficult to measure. Instead of saying that your mood, expectations, body language, memories, attention, and unconscious reactions all influenced how you experienced a situation, you can say your energy attracted it. It turns a complicated psychological process into one powerful idea. And the word energy sounds scientific enough to feel convincing. Energy is a real concept in physics. We measure it. We calculate it. We see its effects everywhere. So when someone says that people have energy, and that this energy attracts certain experiences, the statement can sound more scientific than it actually is. The problem is that using a scientific word does not automatically make a claim scientific. In everyday manifestation language, energy often means something much broader. It can refer to mood, emotional state, confidence, intention, personality, atmosphere, or even an invisible force supposedly connecting your thoughts to external events. That flexibility is part of what makes the idea so powerful. If something good happens, you can say you were in a high energy state. If something bad happens, you can say you were in a low vibration. If you meet someone who makes you uncomfortable, you can say their energy was not aligned with yours. Almost any experience can be placed inside the explanation. And emotionally, that can feel much easier than saying, "I do not know why this happened." Imagine you apply for a job and unexpectedly get rejected. There are hundreds of possible reasons. Maybe another candidate had more experience. Maybe the company changed its plans. Maybe the interviewer preferred someone with a different background. Maybe the position was already almost filled. There may be no way for you to know. But saying, "My energy was not aligned with that opportunity," creates a much simpler story. It turns an uncertain event into something that feels understandable. It can even make disappointment feel less painful. Instead of thinking, "I was rejected because someone chose someone else," you can think, "That opportunity was not meant for me. My energy was not aligned with it. Something better is coming." Suddenly, the rejection is no longer a judgment. It becomes redirection. The story protects your sense of self. That emotional protection is one of the biggest reasons these explanations can become so attractive. Life constantly produces events that threaten our sense of control. People reject us. Plans fail. Relationships change. Opportunities disappear. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes other people make decisions we cannot influence. Sometimes pure chance changes everything. The idea of energy gives you a framework for understanding all of this. It suggests that there is an invisible order beneath the surface. Maybe you attracted the people around you. Maybe your emotional state drew certain opportunities toward you. Maybe you pushed something away without realizing it. Maybe you were out of alignment. Suddenly, uncertainty becomes something you can potentially manage, and control is incredibly comforting. If you believe your energy influences what happens to you, then you have something to work on. You can meditate. You can visualize. You can change your thoughts. You can practice gratitude. You can raise your vibration. You can protect your energy from negative people. You are no longer simply waiting for life to happen. You have a role in shaping what comes next. There can be something genuinely useful inside that idea, even if the supernatural explanation is questionable. Your emotional state really can influence your behavior. If you are confident, you may communicate differently. If you are anxious, you may avoid opportunities. If you are angry, you may interpret neutral behavior as hostile. If you are optimistic, you may notice possibilities that someone else overlooks. Your internal state can absolutely change your experience of the world. But that does not mean an invisible energy field is controlling external events. Consider two people walking into the same social gathering. One is relaxed and open. They smile, start conversations, ask questions, and make people feel comfortable. The other is nervous and expects rejection. They avoid eye contact, give short answers, and leave early. The first person may walk away thinking, "I attract good people." The second may think, "I always attract bad experiences." Their different outcomes could look like differences in energy. But there is a much more ordinary explanation. Their emotional states influenced their behavior, and their behavior influenced how other people responded. This is important because it shows how something can feel like energy without requiring an invisible force. Your mood can spread socially. Your confidence can affect how people perceive you. Your anxiety can change your tone of voice. Your expectations can influence what you notice. Your attention can determine which opportunities you recognize. all of these mechanisms can create very real changes in your experience. But there is a dangerous side to the energy explanation when it becomes too broad. If every event is blamed on your energy, you can start believing that you caused things you never had control over. Someone treats you badly, and you wonder whether you attracted them. You lose money, and you think your vibration must have been wrong. You become sick or exhausted, and you wonder whether you were thinking negatively. A belief that originally made you feel powerful can eventually make you feel responsible for everything. That is an enormous psychological burden. You are not responsible for every person's behavior. You cannot control every coincidence. You cannot think your way out of every difficulty. And not every negative event is evidence that your energy was wrong. Sometimes bad things happen to good people for reasons that have nothing to do with their thoughts or emotional state. Still, the appeal of energy is easy to understand. It gives language to feelings that are difficult to explain. It creates a sense of connection between the inner world and the outer world. It makes uncertainty feel less random, and most importantly, it gives people the comforting feeling that their internal state matters. In a limited and very real sense, it does. Your thoughts influence your attention. Your emotions influence your behavior. Your behavior influences other people. Other people's reactions influence your experiences. Your experiences then influence your thoughts and emotions again. That is a powerful feedback loop. You do not need an invisible force connecting your mind to the universe to explain why changing your internal state can sometimes change your life. Sometimes what people call energy is actually a mixture of attention, emotion, expectation, behavior, and social response. And perhaps that is why the idea feels so convincing. It takes something complicated and gives it one simple word: energy. The word may not explain everything that happens to us, but it captures a feeling almost everyone recognizes. The feeling that what is happening inside you somehow changes the way the world feels outside you. And when that feeling is strong enough, it can become very easy to believe that the universe itself is responding. How manifestation gives people a sense of personal identity. Imagine someone asking you a simple question: who are you? Most people expect an answer to come from their job, their relationships, their personality, or their past. But for some people, the answer is built around something else. I am someone who creates my reality. I am someone who attracts opportunities. I am someone who trusts the universe. I am someone who is becoming the person I was meant to be. At first, these may sound like ordinary motivational statements. But underneath them is something much deeper. They give a person an identity. And once a belief becomes part of who you think you are, it becomes much harder to question. This is one of the most powerful reasons manifestation can become more than a technique. It can become a way of seeing yourself. Think about the difference between saying, "I want to become successful," and saying, "I am a successful person in the making." The first statement describes a goal. The second describes an identity. That distinction matters because goals are things you can achieve or fail to achieve. Identity feels much more permanent. If someone starts seeing themselves as a person who is abundant, powerful, aligned, optimistic, or capable of creating their reality, then manifestation becomes connected to their sense of self. Now imagine someone who has spent years feeling powerless. Maybe they grew up in difficult circumstances. Maybe they have experienced repeated rejection. Maybe they feel stuck in a career they hate. Maybe they have watched other people seem to move forward while they remain in the same place. Then they discover manifestation. Suddenly, they are told that their thoughts matter. Their intentions matter. Their imagination matters. Their emotional state matters. They are not simply someone waiting for life to happen. They are told they can participate in creating what happens next. That message can be incredibly powerful. Even if the supernatural claims are questionable, the psychological experience can be very real. A person who previously saw themselves as helpless may start seeing themselves as capable. Someone who believed that their circumstances completely defined them may begin imagining a different future. They start setting intentions. They visualize. They write affirmations. They talk differently about themselves. They begin thinking of themselves as someone who is changing. And once that identity forms, behavior can change along with it. Imagine someone who starts believing, "I am the kind of person who takes opportunities." The next time an opportunity appears, they may be more likely to act. Someone who believes, "I deserve healthy relationships," may become less willing to tolerate disrespect. Someone who thinks, "I am capable of building a successful career," may start learning skills and applying for positions they previously considered impossible. The identity becomes a kind of internal instruction. This is why manifestation can sometimes create real improvements in people's lives, even when the explanation they give for those improvements is not necessarily accurate. They may say, "I changed my vibration and everything changed." But underneath that story, several things may have happened. Their confidence increased. Their attention changed. Their standards changed. Their behavior changed. Their willingness to take risks changed. They began seeing themselves differently, and other people began responding to them differently. The identity came first, and the behavior followed. There is also something emotionally satisfying about belonging to a worldview. Manifestation is not just a collection of practices. For many people, it comes with a vocabulary, a community, a set of ideas, and a recognizable way of interpreting life. You hear phrases about alignment, abundance, energy, signs, intentions, and becoming your highest self. Eventually, these ideas become familiar. You start recognizing other people who think the same way. You follow creators who reinforce the worldview. You consume books and videos that use the same language. Now manifestation is not simply something you do. It is something you are. And that makes the belief much harder to challenge. If someone questions a manifestation technique, the person may not experience it as a simple disagreement about psychology. They may experience it as a challenge to their identity. If I am someone who believes that my thoughts create my reality, what does it mean if that belief is wrong? Am I less powerful? Was my transformation imaginary? Were all those meaningful experiences just coincidences? Those questions can feel threatening because beliefs connected to identity are emotionally protected. We do not evaluate them as calmly as we might evaluate an ordinary piece of information. When something becomes part of who we are, defending it can feel like defending ourselves. This happens everywhere, not just with manifestation. People build identities around being ambitious, spiritual, skeptical, creative, independent, disciplined, successful, or even unlucky. Once a label becomes part of the self, we naturally pay attention to experiences that support it. A person who sees themselves as naturally lucky may remember every unexpected success. A person who sees themselves as unlucky may remember every failure. A person who sees themselves as someone who always attracts opportunities will notice opportunities more quickly. A person who believes nothing ever works for them may notice rejection immediately. The identity influences attention, and attention influences the evidence you remember. Manifestation can strengthen this process because many of its practices are built around repeated statements about the self. I am worthy. I am abundant. I am powerful. I am attracting what I desire. I trust the process. I am becoming the person I want to be. Repeated often enough, these statements can become psychologically familiar, and familiarity can make a new identity feel more natural. That does not mean repeating an affirmation will automatically make the external world obey you. But it can change the way you talk to yourself, and the way you talk to yourself can influence what you attempt, what you tolerate, and what you believe you are capable of. There is also a comforting side to identity-based manifestation. It gives people a story about who they are becoming. Instead of feeling like life is a series of random events, they can imagine themselves moving toward a specific version of themselves. The struggling person becomes the future successful person. The lonely person becomes the person who attracts love. The uncertain person becomes the person who trusts themselves. That future identity can provide motivation. But there is a danger when identity becomes too tightly connected to outcomes. If you believe you are someone who always manifests what you want, what happens when something does not happen? A rejection can suddenly feel like more than a rejection. It can feel like a threat to your entire self-concept. You may start blaming yourself. Maybe I did not believe strongly enough. Maybe I had negative energy. Maybe I visualized incorrectly. Instead of accepting that some outcomes are uncertain and outside your control, you may feel personally responsible for every failure. That is where a powerful identity can become a heavy one. A healthier approach is to build identity around qualities you can actually practice. Instead of saying, I am someone who always gets what I want, you can say, I am someone who keeps learning. I am someone who takes action. I am someone who can recover from disappointment. I am someone who pursues meaningful goals without needing guarantees. Those identities do not depend on the universe giving you exactly what you imagined. They depend on how you choose to live. And perhaps that is the deepest reason manifestation can become so powerful. It does not simply tell people what they might receive. It gives them a picture of who they might become. When a person starts believing that they are capable, worthy, powerful, and capable of shaping their future, that belief can influence their choices long before the desired outcome ever appears. The future may remain uncertain, but the person looking toward it is no longer the same person. Why personal anecdotes feel more convincing than statistics. Someone tells you they were struggling financially, started visualizing wealth every morning, and a few months later received an unexpected opportunity that changed their life. They tell you exactly what happened. They remember the moment they almost gave up. They explain the signs they noticed. They describe the opportunity appearing at exactly the right time. And by the end of the story, you can almost feel like you were there with them. Now compare that with someone saying there is not enough evidence to prove that thoughts alone can directly create specific external outcomes. The second explanation may be more accurate, but it does not feel nearly as powerful. That difference tells us something important about the human brain. We are naturally drawn to stories. A statistic gives you information. A story gives you an experience. If someone tells you that a certain behavior is associated with a small increase in success, you might understand the number and forget it later. But if someone tells you about one person who struggled for years, kept believing, took a chance, and finally succeeded, you remember the entire journey. You remember the person, the struggle, the emotion, and the ending. That is especially powerful with manifestation because manifestation stories usually follow a simple structure. Someone wants something badly. They visualize it. They believe it is possible. Then something unexpected happens. They get the job. They meet the person. They receive the money. They move into the dream home. Looking backward, everything suddenly seems connected. I wanted it. I believed in it. I imagined it. Then it happened. That sequence feels like proof because the brain naturally searches for causes. When one event happens before another, we instinctively connect them. But real life contains hundreds of other factors that usually disappear from the story. Maybe the person applied for dozens of jobs. Maybe they had years of experience. Maybe someone recommended them. Maybe the opportunity was already available. Maybe they simply happened to be in the right place at the right time. The manifestation story compresses all of that complexity into one simple explanation, and simple explanations feel good. There is another reason these stories can be misleading. We remember successful examples much more easily than unsuccessful ones. Imagine 100 people visualizing the same goal. One person eventually gets exactly what they wanted and tells everyone about it. Their story gets shared. Other people become inspired. But what happens to the 99 people who tried the same thing and did not get the result? Usually nothing. They do not create a dramatic success story about it. Their experiences disappear. The successful example remains visible, while the unsuccessful examples remain almost invisible. Social media makes this even stronger. You see someone saying they manifested their dream apartment. They show the apartment. They explain their affirmations. They describe the strange coincidence that happened before they got it. The story feels complete. But you are seeing the final chapter. You are not seeing every rejection before it. You are not seeing every ordinary action they took. You are not seeing the people who tried the same technique and experienced nothing unusual. The story can be completely genuine while the explanation remains uncertain. A person can honestly say that manifestation helped them become more confident. That is possible. They can say visualization helped them focus. That is possible too. They can say believing in themselves made them take opportunities they previously avoided. Again, that makes psychological sense. The bigger leap happens when they conclude that their thoughts directly caused the universe to produce a specific event. One personal experience cannot establish that connection, but because the experience feels personal, questioning the explanation can feel like questioning the person. Their experience is real to them. The mistake is assuming that because the experience happened, their interpretation must automatically be correct. This is where statistics become useful. They force us to step outside the individual story and look at the larger pattern. Instead of asking, "Did this happen to one person?" we ask, "How often does this happen across many people?" That question is less exciting, but much more revealing. Stories are powerful because they create emotion. They give us someone to imagine. They make an outcome feel possible. They can inspire hope in a way that a percentage never will. But stories are not always good at showing how common something is, and manifestation stories have another advantage. They are usually told after the outcome happens. Once someone succeeds, earlier events can suddenly look like signs. A rejection becomes redirection. A delay becomes perfect timing. A coincidence becomes evidence. The ending changes how the beginning is remembered. That does not mean the person is lying. They may genuinely believe the events were connected. Humans naturally create meaning from experiences, especially when those experiences have emotional importance. So when you hear an incredible story about someone manifesting exactly what they wanted, you do not have to dismiss it. You can appreciate the story. You can let it inspire you. But remember one thing. A story can show you that something happened. It cannot by itself tell you why it happened. And sometimes, the difference between those two questions is the difference between a powerful personal belief and an actual explanation of reality. The fear of losing control when manifestation fails. There is a strange kind of fear that appears when you believe you can control your future, and then reality refuses to cooperate. You visualize the relationship. You repeat the affirmations. You imagine the money arriving. You believe you are aligned. You trust the process. Then nothing happens. The person leaves. The job rejects you. The opportunity disappears. Suddenly, the problem is not just that you did not get what you wanted. You are forced to face something much harder. Maybe you were never completely in control. That realization can hurt because manifestation often feels comforting precisely because it gives uncertainty an explanation. Instead of thinking, I have no idea what the future will bring, you can believe that your thoughts matter, your energy matters, and your beliefs influence what happens next. When life feels unpredictable, that can make you feel less powerless. But when manifestation fails, that sense of control can collapse. Imagine someone who spends months visualizing their dream relationship. They believe the person is coming. They notice signs. They write affirmations. They imagine the future together. But months pass, and nothing changes. Instead of accepting that relationships depend on another person's choices, circumstances, timing, and chance, they may start blaming themselves. Maybe I was too negative. Maybe I doubted too much. Maybe I did not visualize correctly. Now the belief that once made them feel powerful has become another source of anxiety. This is where manifestation can create a psychological trap. If success means your thoughts worked, then failure can be interpreted as proof that you did something wrong. You did not believe enough. You had too much doubt. Your energy was not right. The method itself never has to be questioned because the blame can always be placed back on the person. But reality is much more complicated. Think about applying for a job. You can prepare perfectly. You can visualize success. You can walk into the interview confident and prepared. But another candidate might have more experience. The company might cancel the position. The hiring manager might choose someone else for reasons you will never know. None of those things prove that your mindset was wrong. They simply prove that you are not the only person influencing the outcome. Other people make decisions. Circumstances change. Luck matters. Timing matters. Unexpected events happen. You can make excellent choices and still experience an outcome you did not want. That can be uncomfortable because humans naturally want a clear relationship between effort and results. We want to believe that if we do everything correctly, we will get the outcome we deserve. But life does not guarantee that. And accepting that does not mean giving up control. It means understanding the difference between influence and control. You may not control whether someone loves you, but you can control what relationships you accept. You may not control whether a company hires you, but you can improve your skills and keep applying. You may not control whether a business succeeds, but you can learn from failure and change your strategy. You cannot control everything, but you can influence many things. That distinction can actually be freeing. Because if you believe your thoughts completely control reality, even having a bad day can feel dangerous. You become afraid of negative thinking. You worry that doubt will ruin your future. You may feel guilty for being anxious, angry, or discouraged. Imagine already being stressed about something and then becoming stressed because you are afraid your stress will prevent your manifestation. Now the belief is creating the anxiety it was supposed to remove. You are not only dealing with uncertainty anymore. You are afraid of your own thoughts. A healthier approach is to allow uncertainty to exist. You can visualize what you want without believing it is guaranteed. You can stay positive without believing that negative thoughts will destroy your future. You can hope for a specific outcome while accepting that other outcomes are possible. And when something fails, you can ask a more useful question. What can I do now? Not, what did I think wrong? Not, what energy did I send out? Not, why did the universe reject me? Just, what can I do now? That question brings your attention back to reality and gives you something you can actually influence. Because real confidence is not believing that you can control everything. Real confidence is knowing that even when things do not go according to plan, you can adapt. Manifestation can promise control over the future. But perhaps the deeper form of personal power comes from something less magical and more reliable. You cannot guarantee what happens next. You can decide how you respond when it happens. How manifestation communities reinforce shared beliefs. You can believe something quietly for years, but the moment you find hundreds or thousands of people who believe the same thing, that belief can suddenly feel much more real. This is one of the reasons manifestation communities can become so powerful. You are no longer sitting alone with an unusual idea. You are surrounded by people talking about signs, affirmations, energy, visualization, abundance, and success stories. Every day, someone seems to have another story about how they asked for something and somehow received it. And slowly, the belief stops feeling like a personal opinion. It starts feeling like common knowledge. Imagine joining an online manifestation community for the first time. You see people sharing their success stories. Someone says they manifested a specific amount of money. Another person says they visualized a relationship and their ex suddenly returned. Someone else says they wrote down a goal and received an opportunity within days. The comments are full of people celebrating them and sharing similar experiences. You are not just seeing one story anymore. You are seeing a crowd agreeing with the same explanation. That social agreement can be incredibly persuasive because humans naturally look to other people when deciding what is true, especially when we are uncertain. If everyone around you seems confident about an idea, questioning it can become harder. You start thinking, if so many people believe this, maybe there really is something to it. The community also creates a shared language. Words like alignment, vibration, abundance, signs, energy, and divine timing become familiar. Once you understand that language, ordinary experiences can start being interpreted through it. A coincidence becomes a sign. A delay becomes divine timing. A rejection becomes redirection. A positive feeling becomes evidence that you are aligned. The more you use the language, the more natural the worldview feels. And then something even more interesting happens. People inside the community often share the same kinds of evidence. They post the moments that support the belief. They celebrate successful manifestations. They talk about repeating numbers, unexpected opportunities, and strange coincidences. But unsuccessful experiences are usually less visible. Someone who visualized for months and saw no change may not feel motivated to post about it. Someone who believed they would manifest a specific relationship but never did may quietly leave the community. Meanwhile, the success stories remain visible and continue inspiring more people. This creates a feedback loop. People believe manifestation works, so they look for evidence. They find evidence and share it. Other people see the evidence and become more convinced. Those people begin looking for their own evidence. When they find something that fits, they share it too. The community becomes a machine for reinforcing the same interpretation. This does not mean everyone is pretending. Many people genuinely experience meaningful coincidences and genuine improvements in their lives. The important point is that the community influences how those experiences are interpreted. For example, imagine someone starts visualizing success and becomes more confident. Because they feel more confident, they apply for more opportunities. Eventually, one works out. They may genuinely believe the visualization manifested the opportunity, but the community may reinforce that explanation instead of encouraging them to consider the role of confidence, behavior, persistence, or simple chance. The explanation that fits the community becomes the explanation that feels most natural. There is also an emotional reward for belonging. Manifestation communities often provide encouragement when people are struggling. If someone feels discouraged, others tell them to keep believing. If someone experiences rejection, they may be told that something better is coming. That support can be genuinely comforting, but it can also make the belief harder to question. If the community becomes part of your identity, challenging the belief can feel like separating yourself from the people who understand you. You are not just questioning an idea anymore. You may feel like you are questioning your entire way of seeing life. That is why shared beliefs can become so powerful. We do not develop our beliefs in isolation. The people around us influence what we notice, what we remember, and how we interpret what happens. And sometimes the strongest evidence for a belief is not actually the evidence itself. It is seeing thousands of other people confidently believing the same thing. That feeling of agreement can make an idea seem obvious, even when the actual evidence is much more complicated. The community creates certainty first, and then experiences are interpreted through that certainty. Manifestation communities can therefore do something psychologically fascinating. They can turn a personal belief into a shared reality. The more people tell the same kind of story, use the same language, and interpret coincidences in the same way, the more normal the belief becomes. And once an idea feels normal, we rarely stop to ask the most important question. Is this true because the evidence supports it? Or does the evidence feel convincing because everyone around me already believes it? Why people attribute unexpected success to their thoughts. Something strange happens when you think about something and then unexpectedly get it. You think about a particular person and they suddenly message you. You imagine getting a new opportunity, and a few days later someone offers you one. You start visualizing financial success, and then an unexpected payment arrives. Your brain immediately connects the two events. You were thinking about it, and then it happened. It feels too perfectly timed to be random. This is one reason people become convinced that their thoughts can directly influence reality. Imagine someone who has been struggling financially. They start visualizing a better life every morning. They imagine having enough money to feel secure. A few weeks later, an old contact offers them freelance work. The person may immediately think, "I manifested this." And emotionally, that explanation feels satisfying because the thought came first and the result came later. But there may be several things happening underneath that story. Thinking about money may have made them more alert to opportunities. They may have started talking about work more often. They may have become more confident when approaching people. They may have noticed an opportunity that was already available but previously ignored. Their thoughts could have influenced their behavior without directly controlling the external event. The brain, however, prefers a simpler explanation. We naturally look for causes. When two meaningful events happen close together, we connect them. The stronger the emotional importance, the stronger the connection feels. There is another problem. People remember the successful predictions much more than the unsuccessful ones. You may remember the time you thought about someone and they called. But you probably do not remember all the people you thought about who never contacted you. You remember the opportunity you visualized and eventually received. You forget the dozens of opportunities you imagined that never appeared. Success creates a memorable story. Failure usually disappears. This can make manifestation seem more reliable than it actually is. The person keeps collecting examples that support the belief, while the examples that contradict it fade from memory, and there is an emotional reason this belief is so attractive. If an unexpected success was caused by your thoughts, then you feel powerful. You are not simply lucky. You are someone who can influence your future. That feeling can provide confidence and hope. Sometimes that confidence really does produce better results. If you believe you can succeed, you may take more chances. You may speak with greater confidence. You may continue after rejection. You may notice opportunities faster. You may take action instead of waiting. So when someone says, "Changing my thoughts changed my life," there may be something real behind the experience. The mistake is assuming that the thought must have directly caused the outcome. A promotion might happen because your confidence improved your performance. A new opportunity might appear because you started networking. A relationship might improve because you became more open and communicative. Your mindset can influence the chain of events without magically controlling the final result. And sometimes, honestly, you may simply get lucky. That does not make the experience less meaningful. It just means the brain does not always know exactly why something good happened. When the timing feels perfect, we want an explanation. If manifestation is already part of our worldview, it becomes an obvious explanation. You thought about it. You wanted it. Then it happened. That feels like proof, but sometimes the most honest answer is also the simplest. Something good happened. You may have influenced it. You may have contributed to it. Or you may never know exactly why, and that uncertainty does not make the success any less real. Can belief in manifestation actually change behavior? Imagine two people want the same job. Both have similar skills. Both want the opportunity badly, but one believes that nothing will work out for them, while the other believes they are capable of creating the life they want. Before anything external changes, their behavior may already be completely different. The confident person applies sooner. They speak more openly. They follow up. They meet new people. They keep trying after rejection. The other person might hesitate, avoid risks, or decide not to apply because they already expect failure. So even if manifestation does not magically control reality, Belief in manifestation can sometimes change the person living inside that reality. This is where the idea becomes much more interesting. When someone believes their thoughts matter, they may start paying more attention to their goals. They visualize the future they want. They repeat affirmations. They imagine themselves succeeding. These practices can keep a particular goal active in their mind. And when a goal stays mentally active, behavior can begin changing around it. Someone who constantly imagines becoming healthier may start noticing their eating habits. Someone visualizing a successful career may become more interested in learning new skills. Someone imagining a better relationship may become more aware of how they communicate with other people. The belief creates attention. Attention creates awareness. Awareness can create action. That does not mean the universe is necessarily rearranging events around the person's thoughts. It means the person's thoughts may be changing what they do. There is also something powerful about identity. If you repeatedly tell yourself that you are becoming confident, disciplined, successful, or capable, you may eventually start behaving like someone who believes those things about themselves. Imagine someone who says, "I am the kind of person who takes opportunities." The next time an opportunity appears, they may be more willing to act. Someone who says, "I deserve healthy relationships," may become less willing to tolerate disrespect. Someone who believes, "I can figure things out," may be more likely to keep going when something becomes difficult. The belief does not guarantee the outcome, but it can change the response, and that response can influence what happens next. This is one reason manifestation stories can contain genuine transformation. A person may begin with a belief about attracting success, but along the way they become more confident, more persistent, more socially active, and more willing to take risks. Eventually, their life looks different. They may say manifestation changed everything, and from their perspective it did. But the mechanism may be more psychological than supernatural. There is a limit, though. Believing strongly does not mean every desired outcome will happen. You can visualize a specific person loving you, but that person still has their own choices. You can imagine getting a particular job, but the company still decides who gets hired. You can believe you will become wealthy, but belief alone does not replace skills, decisions, effort, or circumstances. Belief can influence behavior. Behavior can influence probability. But probability is not the same as certainty. That distinction is easy to lose when manifestation is presented as a guarantee. If someone believes that every outcome is controlled by their thoughts, failure can become deeply personal. They may blame themselves for having doubts or negative emotions. A healthier interpretation is much simpler. Use belief to change what you do, not to convince yourself that you control everything. If visualization makes you more focused, use it. If affirmations make you more confident, use them. If believing in your future motivates you to take action, that belief can be valuable. The real power may not be that your thoughts force reality to obey you. The power may be that your thoughts change the person who walks into reality. And sometimes, changing that person can change a lot more than you expected. Why the idea of manifestation continues to survive. You would think an idea as controversial as manifestation would eventually disappear. But it has done the opposite. It keeps coming back in new forms. The language changes. The trends change. The platforms change. But the basic promise remains the same. Your thoughts matter. Your intentions matter. You can influence your future. And when life feels uncertain, That message is incredibly difficult to resist. The reason manifestation survives is not simply because people are gullible. It survives because it answers emotional needs that never really disappear. Human beings hate feeling powerless. We want to believe that our actions matter and that the future is not completely random. When someone is struggling with money, relationships, career decisions, or uncertainty, the idea that they can influence what happens next can provide immediate emotional relief. Instead of thinking, "I have no idea what is going to happen," manifestation offers a different thought. "I can do something about my future." That feeling alone can be powerful. Manifestation also survives because parts of it overlap with things that genuinely can affect behavior. Visualization can help someone focus on a goal. Positive expectations can influence confidence. Gratitude can change what people pay attention to. Believing in yourself can make you more willing to take action. So a person may try manifestation, change their mindset, become more confident, take more opportunities, and eventually experience real improvements. Then the result becomes evidence. They think it worked. The psychological explanation may be more complicated, but the experience itself is real. Another reason manifestation survives is that it is extremely adaptable. It can fit into spirituality, self-help, psychology, religion, wellness, or personal development. One person may describe it as communicating with the universe. Another may describe it as changing their subconscious beliefs. Someone else may simply call it goal setting. Because the idea can change its language, it rarely disappears completely. Social media has made this even stronger. A person can share a manifestation success story with thousands of people within minutes. Someone sees it, becomes inspired, tries the same practice, and then shares their own experience. The belief spreads through stories. And stories are powerful because they are personal. Statistics can tell you what happens across a large group, but a story makes you imagine what could happen to you. There is also a built-in protection against failure. If someone does not get what they wanted, the belief can often be adjusted rather than abandoned. Maybe the timing was wrong. Maybe something better is coming. Maybe they had limiting beliefs. Maybe they were not aligned. This allows the belief to survive disappointment. But perhaps the deepest reason manifestation continues to survive is that uncertainty never goes away. No matter how advanced technology becomes, nobody knows exactly what will happen tomorrow. You cannot control another person's feelings. You cannot guarantee success. You cannot eliminate chance. So humans will continue searching for explanations that make uncertainty feel manageable. Manifestation gives uncertainty a story. It tells people that their inner world matters, that their future has possibilities, that they are not completely powerless. There is something valuable in that message when it encourages action, resilience, and hope. The danger begins when hope turns into certainty. Believing that you can influence your life can motivate you. Believing that you control every outcome can trap you. And perhaps that is why manifestation will continue to survive. Not because every claim surrounding it has been proven, but because the emotional need underneath it is deeply human. We want hope. We want meaning. We want control. And more than anything, we want to believe that the future is not simply something that happens to us. We want to believe that we have a part in creating it.